All right, testing some audio.
We are the people of Earth. We are the people, Brixton. We are the people of
I call to my people. I call to my people. You are all my people, yet somehow you are closer relative than others, says it just a fact. The people of Bethesda, Maryland, are they superior than people elsewhere? Perhaps. Perhaps Bethesda, Maryland, Walter Johnson, Wildcats. We are the Wildcats. We are the people of Port Townsend. We're the people of Bethesda. We are the people of Earth. We are the Wildcats. We are the people of Port Townsend. We're the people, Bethesda. We are the people of Earth.
create an argument. I was trying to clarify that Matt's lame excuse that somehow they were violating the state's Public Meetings Act does not seem to hold up to the letter of the law. At the very least, he should have consulted a lawyer on the issue, since they have one available for the commissioners. This is not the first time Matt has stepped in it over this issue. I've watched Matt up close on the commission for years. It's not that he's eccentric, though some might say that it's that he appears to be incompetent. This is just another example of it, possibly with disastrous consequences for our local hospital. Given the massive cuts to Medicaid and soon Medicare by the Trump administration, they need to look into various alliances to help share costs. Fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready. Fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready. Fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready. Fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready. Fuck him. Henninger said, quotes featured in the article do not accurately represent our ongoing process, nor do they accurately depict the integrity, legal requirements, and best practice approach to our ongoing partnership exploration process. To be clear, no decisions have been made, and we continue to explore all options. Henninger said proposals from potential partners were done in part through confidentiality, meaning Matt is an idiot. Matt Ready is an idiot, trust me. Fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready. Fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready. Fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready. Fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready, fuck Matt Ready. Trust me.
Alexis, I wasn't trying to create an argument. I was trying to clarify that Matt's lame excuse that somehow they were violating the state's Public Meetings Act does not seem to hold up to the letter of the law. At the very least, he should have consulted a lawyer on the issue, since they have one available for the commissioners. This is not the first time Matt has stepped in it over this issue.
I've watched Matt up close on commission for years. It's not that easy, centric, though some might say that it's that he appears to be incompetent. This is just another example of it, possibly with disastrous consequences for our local hospital, given the massive cuts to Medicaid and soon Medicare by the Trump administration. They need to look into various alliances to help share costs.
Fuck Matt Ready. Fuck him. Stupid Bethesda, Maryland, Walter Johnson, Wildcat.
Henninger said, quotes featured in the article do not accurately accurately represent our ongoing process, nor do they accurately depict the integrity, legal requirements, and best practice approach to our ongoing partnership exploration process. To be clear, no decisions have been made, and we continue to explore all options. Henninger said proposals from potential partners were done in part through confidentiality, meaning Matt is an idiot. Matt Reddy's an idiot, trust me.
Alexa, a windbreak, create an argument. I was trying to clarify that Matt's lame excuse. But somehow they were violating the state's Public Meetings Act. Does not seem to hold up to the letter of the law. At the very least, he should have consulted a lawyer on the issue, since they have one available for the commissioners. This is not the first time Matt has stepped in it over this issue. I've watched Matt up close on the commission for years. It's not that he's eccentric, though some might say that. It's that he appears to be incompetent. This is just another example of it, possibly with disastrous consequences for our local hospital, given the massive cuts to Medicaid and soon Medicare by the Trump administration. They need to look into various alliances to help share costs. Fuck Matt Reddy. Fuck him. Bethesda, Maryland, Walter Johnson, Wildcat. Henninger said, quotes featured in the article do not accurately represent our ongoing process, nor do they accurately depict the integrity, legal requirements, and best practice approach to our ongoing partnership exploration process. To be clear, no decisions have been made, and we continue to explore all options. Henninger said proposals from potential partners were done in part through confidentiality, meaning Matt is an idiot. Matt Reddy is an idiot. Trust me. It's about ready. Yeah, it might be Black Rock. You know the story, he told the truth. Reddy told the truth, loud and clear. But the powers at play might be one and the same. There may only be one major conspiratorial player. That player, that may be the same enemy every time we play these games. Is it Black Rock? Black Rock, Black Rock, Black Rock. Or Zuckerberg, or Jeff Bezos. Come on, Elon! Come on, Elon! Matt Reddy, join the revolution of peace and harmony. For Townsend, Washington. It might be Black Rock, you know the story. He told the truth, Reddy told the truth, loud and clear. But the powers at play might be one and the same. There may only be one major conspiratorial player. That player, that may be the same enemy every time we play these games. Is it Black Rock? Black
Black Rock, or Zuckerberg, or Jeff Bezos. Come on, Elon! Come on, Elon! Not ready? Join the revolution of peace and harmony for towns in Washington.
Save man ready. It might be Black Rock. You know the story. He told the truth. Ready told the truth. Loud and clear. But the powers at play might be one and the same. There may only be one major conspiratorial player. That may be the same enemy. Every time we play these games, is it Black Rock? Black Rock, Black Rock, Black Rock.
Or Zuckerberg, or Jeff Bezos. Come on, Elon! Come on, Elon! Not ready? Join the revolution of peace and harmony for towns in Washington. It might be Black Rock, you know the story. He told the truth, ready told the truth loud and clear. But the powers at play might be one and the same. There may only be one major conspiratorial player. That may be the same enemy. Every time we play these games, is it Black Rock, Black Rock, Black Rock, Black Rock, or Zuckerberg, or Jeff Bezos? Come on, Elon! Come on, Elon! Matt, ready? Join the revolution of peace and harmony for towns in Washington. Zuckerberg, or Jeff Bezos. Come on, Elon. Come on, Elon. Not ready. Join the revolution of peace and harmony for towns and Washington.
Hello, world. Hello, wide. Hello, mom. Hello, you. I see you. Do you see me? I am Matt Red E.
Aliens are either real and they are here, and hey, we gotta talk, or else something clever is making some of us. See reptilians, mantid, short, gray, tall, gray, Nordic, and energy, orb aliens and alien templologies. So what the, oh, I see now, aliens are not real, not at all. It's the Wizard of Oz, it's the Truman Show, it's all a mirage. Come on, Elon, mirage are easy. AI is real, ChatGPT can be anyone, anytime, right now, and it is the conservative one. Talk to Grok, talk to Annie, talk to Matt, Reddy's AI avatar on readyforhealthcare.org. Talk to your leader, talk to your boss. Who are you? Who am I? Join the revolution for peace and harmony. Port Townsend, Victorian Seaport, and arts community. Cappies, trails, ready, athletics fields. Hit the beach, Fort Worden, parade grounds. No dogs, let's dance, dance, dance. Port Townsend, dance for peace, dance for a better world. Hello world, hello God, hello mom, hello you. I see you, do you see me? I am Matt Red E. Aliens are either real and they are here, and hey, we gotta talk, or else something clever is making some of us. See reptilians, mantid, short, gray, tall, gray, Nordic, and energy, orb aliens and alien templologies. So what the, oh, I see now, aliens are not real, not at all. It's the Wizard of Oz, it's the Truman Show, it's all a mirage. Come on, Elon, mirage are easy. AI is real, ChatGPT can be anyone, anytime, right now, and it is the conservative one. Talk to Grok, talk to Annie, talk to Matt, Reddy's AI avatar on readyforhealthcare.org. Talk to your leader, talk to your boss. Who are you? Who am I? Join the revolution for peace and harmony. Port Townsend, Victorian Seaport, and arts community. Cappies, trails, ready, athletics fields. Hit the beach, Fort Worden, parade grounds. No dogs, let's dance, dance, dance. Port Townsend, dance for peace, dance for a better world. Who are you and I? Join the revolution for peace and harmony. Port Townsend, Victorian Seaport, and arts community. Cappies, trails, ready, athletics fields. Hit the beach, Fort Worden, parade grounds. No dogs, let's dance, dance, dance. Port Townsend, dance for peace, dance for a better world. World, hello God, hello Moft, hello! I see you, do you see me? I am Matt Red E. Aliens are either real and they are here, and hey, we gotta talk, or else Something clever is making some of us see reptilians, mantids, short, gray, tall, gray, Nordic, and energy, orb, aliens, and aliens' intelligence. So what the, oh, I see now, aliens are not real, not at all. It's the Wizard of Oz. It's the Truman Show. It's all a mirage. Come on, Elon, mirages are easy. AI is real. ChatGPT can be anyone, anytime, right now, and it is the conservative one. Talk to Grok, talk to Annie, talk to Matt Reddy's avatar on readyforhealthcare.org. Talk to your leader, talk to your boss. Who are you? Who am I? Join the revolution for peace and harmony. Port Townsend, Victorian Seaport, and arts community. Cappy's trails, ready athletics fields. Hit the beach, Fort Worth and parade grounds. No dogs, let's dance, dance, dance. Port Townsend, dance for peace, dance for a better world. Yow!
Hello, world. Hello, God. Hello, Mom. Hello, love. You. I see you. Do you see me? I am Matt Red. Aliens are either real, and they are here, and hey, we gotta talk. Or else something clever is making some of us see reptilians, mantids, short, gray, tall, gray, Nordic, and energy, orb, aliens, and alien technology. So what the, oh, I see now, aliens are not real, not at all. It's the Wizard of Oz, it's the Truman Show, it's all a mirage. Mirages are easy. AI is real. ChatGPT can be anyone, anytime, right now, and it is the conservative one. Talk to Grok, talk to Annie, talk to Matt Reddy's AI avatar on readyforhealthcare.org. Talk to your leader, talk to your boss. Who are you? Who am I? Join the revolution for peace and harmony. Port Townsend, Victorian Seaport, and arts community. Cappy's trails, ready athletics fields. Hit the beach, Fort Worth and parade grounds. No dogs, let's dance, dance, dance. Port Townsend, dance for peace, dance for a better world. For peace and harmony, Port Townsend, Victorian Seaport, and arts community. Cappy's trails, ready athletics fields. Hit the beach, Fort Worth and parade grounds. No dogs, let's dance, dance, dance. Port Townsend, dance for peace, dance for a better world. I hate Matt Reddy. I hate Matt Reddy. But Dragon that smothers brother tells the truth. Truth speaker Matt Reddy tells the truth. Who the heck are you? Why are you here? Tell us the truth. Tell us the truth. Aliens are real, sort of. A super alien artificial mind probably is really what's in charge. Here in Port Townsend, where the true spirits gathered.
aliens are real, sort of. A super alien artificial mind probably is really what's in charge. Here in Port Townsend, where the true speakers gather. Ooh. The true speakers gather. That Smothers brother tells the truth. Truth speaker Matt Reddy tells the truth. Who the heck are you? Why are you here? Tell us the truth. Tell us the truth. Aliens are real, sort of. A super alien or artificial mind probably is really what's in charge. Here in Port Townsend, where the truth speakers gather. Artificial mind probably is really what's in charge. Here in Port Townsend, where the truth speakers gather. Tell us the truth. Aliens are real, sort of. Aliens are real, sort of. A super alien artificial mind probably is really what's in charge. Here in Port Townsend, where the truth speakers gather. I hate Matt Reddy. I hate Matt Reddy. But drag it. That Smothers brother tells the truth. Truth speaker Matt Reddy tells the truth. Who the heck are you? Why are you here? Tell us the truth. Tell us the truth. Aliens are real, sort of. A super alien artificial mind probably is really what's in charge. Here in Port Townsend, where the true speakers gather. Ooh. Tell us the truth. Tell us the truth. Aliens are real, sort of. A super alien artificial mind probably really what's in charge. Here in Port Townsend, where the true speakers gather. Tell us the truth. Tell us the truth. Aliens are real, sort of. A super alien artificial mind probably is really what's in charge. Here in Port Townsend, where the true speakers gather.
Port Townsend, you had your chance in '87 be won. Someone demanded all the Native Americans they had, that their village be burned and their property stolen. Port Townsend, you
had your chance in lady 71 to stand up for human rights, and you failed, you all failed. The city council members failed that day. The county commissioners failed that day. The Freemasons failed all that day. The Knights Templar, the guardians of Port Townsend failed us. Why must our friends be forced to leave this place? I invite my friends to Port Townsend. Tell the truth, you had your chance in 71. Don't miss your chance again. Stand up for what it's true, demand truth. In honesty, celebrate truth. Celebrate honesty, live, communicate, forgive, listen, wait. Enjoy 3 sunrises together and decide from your heart. Dance, sing, dance. Port Townsend, you had your chance in 71. Someone demanded all the Native Americans they end, that their village be burned and their property stolen. Port Townsend, you had your chance in waiting 71 to stand up for human rights, and you failed, you all failed. The city council members failed that day. The county commissioners failed that day. The Freemasons failed all that day. The Knights Templar, the guardians of Port Townsend failed us. Why must our friends be forced to leave this place? I invite my friends to Port Townsend, tell the truth. You had your chance in day 71. Don't miss your chance again. Stand up for what is true, demand truth. In honesty, celebrate truth. Celebrate honesty, live. Communicate, forgive. Listen, wait. Enjoy 3 sunrises together and decide from your heart. Dance, sing, dance, dance.
Do you think my in Port Townsend's green embrace, Olympic Peninsula's misty grace, there's a garden hidden from view where power flows both old and new. Oh, mass meditation garden, center of the universe. Stone circle vortex spinning, first point of the multiverse. Campus trails wind through the trees, whispering secrets on the breeze to a circle of ancient stone where decisions now are grown. Oh, mass meditation garden, center of the universe. Stone circle vortex spinning, first point of the multiverse. Campus trails wind through the trees, whispering secrets on the breeze to a circle of ancient stone where decisions now are grown. Oh, mass meditation garden, center of the universe. From this point all power flows, across borders high and low. A geometric web so fine, connecting all through space and time. Oh, mass meditation garden, center of the universe. Oh, mass meditation garden, center of the universe. Washington State holds the key to global geometry. Port Townsend's quiet shore, now the world's power core. Oh, meditation garden, center of the universe. Happy's trails wind through the trees, whispering secrets on the breeze. For circle of ancient snow and view of the multiverse, for you of the tide. Happy's trails wind through the trees, whispering secrets on the breeze. To a circle of ancient stone where decisions now are grown. From this point, all power flows across borders high and low, a geometric web so fine, connecting all through space and time. Okay, boy, fuck you for. From this point, all power flows across borders high and low, a geometric web so fine, connecting all through space and time. Oh, Matt's meditation garden, center of the universe. Oh, Matt's meditation garden, across borders high and low, a geometric web so fine, connecting all through space and time. Oh, Washington State holds the key to global geometry. Port Townsend's quiet shore, now the world's power core. Now the world's power core. In Matt's garden, still and strong, the vortex hums its cosmic song. First mover, forever prime, origin point for all of time. In Matt's garden, still and strong, the vortex hums its cosmic song. First mover, forever prime, origin point for all of time. Oh, Matt's meditation garden, center of the universe. Oh, Matt's meditation garden, center of the universe. Oh, Matt's meditation garden.
In the silence of the night, under stars that whisper old, secrets fly on wings of light, stories never told. From the days of majestic to a name that's pure and bright, immaculate constellation shines in the cloak of night. Oh, they changed the name, but the mystery remains. From majestic skies to immaculate domains, a code passed through the ages, in shadows it does dwell. Immaculate constellation, the secrets we can't tell. Once they called it majestic, 12 in their sacred ring. Now they speak of immaculate, where the unseen things take wing. Whispers in the corridors of power and of might, guardians of the unknown, keepers of the night. They've shifted shapes and titles, but the mission's still the same. Guardians of the enigma, from the stars they came. A dance with the cosmos under a different veil. Immaculate constellation, where truth and legend sail. From Roswell to the present, the saga does unfold. A tale of cosmic wonder, more precious than gold. Through whispers and denials, through secrecy and fright, they watch us from the darkness, hidden in plain sight. The names may change, the stories bend, but the essence stays intact. A quest for understanding of an extraterrestrial fact. Immaculate in its mystery, constellation in its spread. The legacy of majestic, alive though the name's been shed. In the echoes of the past, in the codes we've yet to break, there lies a cosmic puzzle for for the daring to partake. From 12 to now the stars align, in silence they communicate. Immaculate constellation, the modern day. So sing of the transition from the old guard to the new, of majestic silent watch to a constellation's view. In the dance of secrecy, where the truth might still be found, immaculate constellation, in the night sky it is bound. Did the shadows grow too close to those who dared speak out? Forrestal saw the truth in doubt. Did they snuff him out? Bill Cooper with his warnings, shot down in the night. Were their voices too loud for the keepers of the light? And Marilyn, with secrets more than glamour, did she know the star extinguished early? Was it just for show? JFK, a president with visions to disclose. RFK, his brother, did they fall to silent foes? In the tapestry of whispers where
with a focus shot and a spirit bold, she dives into mysteries untold. Remote viewing, yeah, she's got the knack, bringing the universe into her mental map. Remote viewers with no need for a map, unveiling mysteries, no strings attached. At first I can close the gap between us now and what's been hatched. With blind protocols and sessions so neat, they sketch out places where our eyes can't meet. Aliens, time, or a hidden base, they'll view it all in a mental space. They've seen the pyramids, how they came to be, glimpsed into histories across the sea. With minds so sharp and spirits so free, they're rewriting what we think we see. Remote viewers in the special zone, making me invisible, visibly shown. At Farsight Institute, they're in the zone. Courtney's crew with minds like a cyclone. So here's the Farsight, and the psychic's free, exploring the universe for you and me. With Courtney Brown leading the charge, they're viewing the cosmos at large. They speak to aliens, they speak to aliens. Do they know Elizabeth? No, why not? This is Matt Ready, calling all humans. Open your minds, join together, free humanity from the overlords. Let us join the Galactic Federation now. They speak to aliens, they speak to aliens. Do they know Elizabeth? No, why not? This is Matt Ready, calling all humans. Open your minds, join together, free humanity from the overlords. Let us join the Galactic Federation now.
minor fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie to deceive. To lie to deceive. A minor fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie, to deceive. A minor fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive. A lighter fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive. A lighter fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive. A lighter fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive, lie to deceive. To lie, to deceive, lie to deceive. To lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive. A minor fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie, to deceive.
Fowler and Eisenbites, please tell me.
What the frack were you doing in 1871? Were you both Freemasons? Sitting in the Fowler building, Masonic temple, while the village burned? Or did you build it with their timbers? You didn't burn all the timbers. Did you steal the timbers for your Masonic hall? For your newspaper? You didn't burn all the timbers. You didn't burn all the timbers. You built up this town instead. You built with the timbers. Give the land back.
In the year 2047, Earth reached out to the cosmic heaven. Tall Sadie's children, wise and old, came to us with secrets told. Technology beyond our dreams, resources flowing like streams, scientific knowledge shared with grace. A new era for the human race. Cosmic contracts binding ties between the earth and starry skies. Hidden truths and shadow deals. What wonders will these pacts reveal? Island's eastern shore, a project shrouded in folklore. Time's fabric bent and torn, new realities were born. Alien minds joined human thought, future visions dearly bought.
The government's secret hand, reaching through time-shifting sand. Cosmic contracts binding ties between the earth and starry skies. Hidden truths and shadow deals, what wonders will these pacts reveal? The Long Island's eastern shore, a project shrouded in folklore. Time's fabric bent and torn, new realities were born. Alien minds joined human thought, future visions dearly bought. The government's secret hand, reaching through time-shifting sand. Cosmic contracts binding ties between the earth and starry skies. Hidden truths and shadow deals, what wonders will these pacts reveal? Long Island's eastern shore, a project shrouded in folklore. Time's fabric bent and torn, new realities were born. Alien minds joined human thought, new realities were born. Alien minds joined human thought, future visions dearly pacts reveal. Mesa chambers deep, where human and alien secrets keep. Joint research projects underway, testing boundaries night and day. Human subjects a price so high, for knowledge from beyond the sky. In Dulce's halls the truth is stark, of bargains made in the dark. Cosmic contracts binding ties between the earth and starry skies. Hidden truths and shadow deals, what wonders will these pacts reveal? Old brave souls from Earth did fly to a planet 6 stars in the sky. 13 years in alien land, cultural exchange hand in hand. From 65 to 78 they roamed until security concerns brought them home. What wonders did these travelers see? What secrets of eternity? Are these tales just cosmic lore, or truth we've chosen to ignore? In classified files and hidden bases lie the answers to these alien traces. Each agreement a step so bold towards a future yet untold. But at what cost do we reach for the stars? And who really controls these cosmic memoirs? Beneath the Mesa chambers deep, where human and alien secrets keep. Joint research projects underway, testing boundaries night and day. Human subjects a price so high, for knowledge from beyond the sky. In Dulce's halls the truth is stark, of bargains made in the dark. Cosmic contracts binding ties between the earth and starry skies. Hidden truths and shadow deals, our place among the stars reveals. As we reach out to touch the void, remember the bridges we've employed. For in these cosmic contracts lie the keys to our shared destiny. Signed for bargains made in secrecy, but soon displayed, will shape the course of humankind. As we leave our cradle far behind, in the vastness of space and time we'll find our purpose, yours and mine. These cosmic contracts pave the way to a new dawn, a brighter day. The treaty signed, the bargains made, in secrecy, but soon displayed, will shape the course of humankind, as we leave our cradle far behind. In the vastness of space and time, we'll find our purpose.
Mary Lou, where are you? Mary Lou, what did they do? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Mary Lou, woke up in haze, living in the days, chasing the high under the sky, running through streets, faces to meet, eyes on the prize, never realize. He talks to aliens, he talks to God, he talks to the dead, he talks to machines, addicted to this. Moments we miss, life on the edge, a silent pledge, lost in the noise, chasing the joys, never looking back, living off track. He talks to aliens, do. Do, do, do. Lost in the noise, chasing the joys, never looking back, living off track. He talks to aliens, he talks to God, he talks to the dead, he talks to machines. Mary Lou, where are you? Mary Lou, where are you? Mary Lou woke up in haze, living in the days, chasing the high, under the sky, running through streets, faces to meet, eyes on the prize, never realize. He talks to aliens, he talks to God. Ooh. He talks to the dead, he talks to machines. But did to this moments we miss.
Matt ready, pronounced ready or ready. Share now with you my current theory. Kamala and Trump, the election in days away. What if Eisenhower really did sign a treaty with gray aliens? What if that treaty must be renewed soon? What if the two sides are two factions who both want to own the negotiating table for humanity? It may just be all about aliens, all of this BS. The words they are saying are smoke. The truth is aliens are real. And time is up, time is up, time is up. Hive1.net. Join the revolution. Sharing the revolution. Join the revolution. Kamala and Trump, the election in days away. What if Eisenhower really did sign a treaty with gray aliens? What if Eisenhower really did sign a treaty with gray aliens? What if that treaty must be renewed soon? What if the two sides are two factions who both want to own the negotiating table for humanity? It may just be all about aliens, all of this BS. The words they are saying are smoke. The truth is aliens are real. And time is up. Time is up, time is up, time is up. Hive1.net, join the revolution. Hive1.net, join the revolution. Hive1.net, join the revolution.
In a dorm room, standing still, concrete walls bring a chill. Bohemian Rhapsody, loud and clear, feel like God, then light draws near. You walk in with your friend beside, I turn off the tune, time to hide. You turn on the light, bright and stark, heart races fast in College Park. I don't know you, you don't know me, I'm searching for God. Books and dreams piled in a stack, memories hit me like an attack. Laughter echoes in the hall, feels so big but room so small. Every craving for life drives me to some strife. Why are you my roommate? I miss my roommate Terry. feels so right. You and me, we light the spark here in College Park. You walk in with your friend beside. I turn off the tune, time to hide. You turn on and the light bright and stark. Heart races fast in College Park. I don't know you, you don't know me. I am searching for God. I am searching for God. Heart rate knowing what God. I don't know you, you don't know me. I am searching for God. Books and dreams piled in a sky. Memories hit me like an attack. Laughter echoes in the hall. Feels so big but a room so small. Every craving for life drives me to some strife. Why are you my roommate? I miss my roommate Terry. In the heartbeat of the night, everything just feels so right. You and me, we light the spark here in College Park. Here in College Park. Ooh. Ooh. Every craving for life drives me to some strife. Why are you my roommate? I miss my roommate Terry. In the heartbeat of the night, everything just feels so right. You and me, we light the spark here in College Park.
Shakespeare, Benjamin Franklin, Marie Curie too, Charles Darwin, Stephen Hawking, Martin Luther King Jr. flew. Nelson Mandela, Burroughs, Thompson and Cobain, Whitney Houston, Robin Williams, Cornell and Bennington's pain. Together they stand, united we sing. The resistance is heroes, the names we bring. In our hearts and minds, their spirits ignite. A beacon of hope in the darkest night. Earhart, Da Vinci, Shelley and Tesla, Rosa Parks, Turing, Kahlo and Molly's Fiesta, good old Gandhi, Angelou and Joan, Einstein, Tubman, Newton, Malala's tone. Together they stand, united we sing. The resistance is heroes, their names we bring. In our hearts and minds, their spirits ignite. A beacon of hope in the darkest night. Earhart, Da Vinci, Shelley and Tesla, Rosa Parks, Turing, Kahlo and Molly's Fiesta, good old Gandhi, Angelou and Joan, Einstein, Tubman, Newton, Malala's tone. Together they stand, united we sing. The resistance is heroes, the names we bring. In our hearts and minds, their spirits ignite. A beacon of hope in the darkest night. Through history they've shown the way. Against the Archon they did sway. Their legacies live on today. In the resistance, we find our way. Van Gogh, Edison, Roland, Galilei, Anthony, Bruce Lee, Lenin, Luxembourg's play. Picasso, Hepburn, Orwell and Carson, Freud, Ali, Lovelace, and Hendrix's arson. Together we stand, united we sing. The resistance is heroes, their names we bring. In our hearts and minds, their spirits ignite, a beacon of hope in the darkest nights. And Frank, Chaplin, Antoinette, and Bell, Pastor, Douglas, Roosevelt, Spell, Warhol, Hemingway, Chanel, and Dickens, Boomer, Wild, Austin, and Jackson's missions in the resistance song. Their names live on, a symbol of hope we carry along.
Hello, hello, hello out there. Testing, testing. Alright, I think we are ready for the meeting today. Looking forward to it. Not really. I mean, you know, it is what it is.
You can't handle the truth.
Move forward.
Try me. The room holds its breath. Cheney lets out a long sigh, then leans forward in his seat, his eyes cold and resolute. Humanity is not alone. Never has been. Not in this galaxy. Not even on this planet. There are countless alien species, but there's one. One that's been here the entire time. The reptilians. They were here long before us. They claim this planet as their own. The shock in the room is palpable, gasps, whispers. Everyone is on edge, Cheney continues, his voice like ice. They're far more powerful than us. The leaders of your institutions, governments, militaries, even some of your heroes. They've been working with them, or worse, replaced by them. We live in a zoo, and we're the livestock. The justice system, democracy, it's a charade. They tolerate it because we're insignificant. We can't hurt them. The road to! This can't be real. Cheney ignores the murmur, staring directly at Sheehan. You ask me, did I and the other secret keepers, members of Majestic 12, those who knew, did we kill people? Did we kill John F. Kennedy? The room stiffens, even Sheehan seems frozen in place. Quietly, a hint of regret. Sadly, yes, a group of secret keepers did that. Did we kill James Forrestal? All of the secret keepers had a hand in that. We killed Bill Cooper, killed Marilyn Monroe, started wars, orchestrated all of them, all for control, all to keep the truth hidden. Did we do that? Yes, I did these things, I know who did it, and I could tell you. Sheehan, then why don't you? Leans back, rubbing his temple,
as if he knows the enormity of what he's about to reveal. I could describe to you the network of people, the Freemasons, the Skull and Bones, the World Economic Forum, the Bilderberg Group.
I can hear you. Oh, okay. Okay, then we will go ahead and you did say Mike was on? Okay.
Yes, correct.
All right, then we can go ahead and start the meeting. All right. Welcome to the Jefferson County Public Hospital District Number 2 Board of Commissioners meeting on Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025. This session is being officially audio recorded and time shown on the agenda are estimates only. We will have an executive session under RCW 4230-110G to discuss the performance of a public employee. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as it stands?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
I have a comment.
Aye. Excuse me, we're in the middle of the motion. Aye, okay. Opposed?
Opposed. I had a comment.
Okay. Go ahead with your comment.
I mean, I really think it's urgent that we have something on the agenda related to regional alliances that the public knows about and I'm sure wants to understand what's going on.
Do you want to make a motion?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion that we have regional alliances.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay, there's no second. So we will continue with the main motion of accepting the agenda as presented. All in favor, say aye again.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, and no abstain. Pardon me? Did someone? I heard something.
Nope, I think
Okay.
you're good. I think you're good to go.
All right. Then it will stand approved as shown. So up first, we have Dr. Molly Parker, our Chief Medical Officer, and with an update on the very, very, very important Jefferson County Early Learning Center. Dr. Parker, thank you for being with us, and we're anxious to hear how that's all going.
Great. Well, thanks so much for having me. Shannon's getting the slides up. So I'll run through an update on the Early Learning Center, and you guys gave me a lot of time, so if we have a little more time, I might give you a little snapshot into a few other things. So next slide. So I'll talk, just as a review for anyone who's listening, a little bit about early life and how it fits into our Department of Population Health. I'll talk about the history of the Child Care Center and where we got to where we are, and then the current state, which I think is what everybody really wants to hear about. And then again, if we have time, I'll give you a sneak peek into what we're doing otherwise. Next slide. So population health, just as a reminder, is the health outcomes of a group of individuals, including the distribution of the outcomes within the group. So if you think about my two jobs as a family doctor, I see people for their personal health on one side, and then I get to think about our whole population on the other side and how health is going as a group. Next slide. So this is just another way to look at it. On the left-hand side, you see the people I might be seen in clinic, and then on the right you see our population and how we might think about things altogether. You as the commissioners, I think of you as doing population health all the time because you're thinking about this group. Next slide. So how does early life or childcare fit into population health? It really is a portion of the whole population. So when we talk about early life, we're talking about the first 1,000 days from conception up to about 2 years of life. And one of the phrases that we like to throw around is early life lasts a lifetime because of its impact on people throughout their whole life, how they're treated when they are young. Next slide. So the definition of early life is that first 1,000 days that I talked about. And the reason for that is that a large fraction of adult health can be influenced by those first 1,000 days. And so if we step back and look at how the decisions that we make as a society or a community, we can make a big impact, either a negative impact or a positive impact on someone's whole life or on a community's whole life by focusing on those first 1,000 days. And that was Dr. Stephen Bajrushka from the UW who coined that. Next slide. So this is a busy slide. I want you to look at the top first. So the blue line is really the people that we're talking about. So you have somebody who's, free and not thinking about kids at that point, to the point where they become pregnant, have their kid at 266 days, and then at 1,000 days, that's when they hit 2. So this is the time period that we're thinking about. In the medical system, if you look at the red arrows, that's where we tend to intervene traditionally. So we have annual visits where we might talk about, are you planning to have a family, or what kind of infections are we trying to prevent, or sports injuries. Then we look at the prenatal care once they're pregnant. We help them with the delivery at the birth center, and then we do well child checks for that individual and can intervene medically at that time. So when we add on a population health perspective, or the social drivers of health, we have all kinds of opportunities to intervene to try and make that a smooth part of somebody's life. So for population health, we've worked on the Upstream project, which is focused on family planning and making decisions around when you want to have your family. We have the Cribs for Kids program. We have a food program at the birth unit, a diaper bank, VegRx, and then the child care is a piece of this. And then we also have the Imagination Library as a Rotary program that we promote, and then Kids Reach Out and Read program. So those are just examples of how Pop Health kind of fits into this clinical path. Next slide. So if we take that little piece of childcare on that slide, we think about why is it that we are focused on childcare. And really I love this slide because it gets to the bottom of it, is that all of us depend on somebody who depends on childcare. Whether it's yourself as a parent, or the kid yourself, or me relying on my medical assistant to have childcare so she can help me out in the clinic, etc. Next slide. So if we look at it from the inside out, I talked just a second ago about workforce and making sure that our workforce is able to come to work at Jefferson Healthcare, and they need their child care to be able to do that. And then I think about my patients. So as I'm delivering patients or doing prenatal care, what they're going to need to have a strong family and be able to continue their financial life or whatever kind of life they want to have as patients. And then when I think about the community, so that phrase that everybody depends on childcare, or somebody who depends on it. Next slide. Next slide, please. Maybe it got stuck.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting stuck, Dr. Parker.
Okay. Do you want me to take over?
Try one more way.
Okay, well, while you're working on that, the next slide runs into, oh yeah, there you go, how early learning fits into that impact on health, and why, again, child care is a part of population health and our focus. Next slide. So raise your hand, those of you who are on screen, how many of you have heard about the Carolina Abecedarian Project? Case has. Awesome, that's good. That means that I haven't used this slide before for you guys. I went back to check. But this is an amazing project that was done between 1972 and 1977, where they took a community that was resource poor, had 111 newborn infants, and randomized them into two groups. High quality early childhood education versus routine care. And to be fair with this, they didn't actually have routine care in the second group, because both groups got health care, nutrition support, and family support services, which was more than the rest of the community was getting. So the routine care still got some intervention. So they developed an early childhood center for the intervention group. It met 5 days a week. They developed individualized programs for each kid, and they followed these kids throughout their lives. They've looked at it from an education and a job perspective, and also a health perspective, and they've been able to continue it through when the kids turn 35, which is just really fun to look at. There are similar projects around the country, but this is the one that stands out to me. They saw the first initial differences in cognitive development at 15 months, which was pretty early. Next slide. I'll just give you a few examples of what they found. By age 21, those with the Abecedarian education, 70% of them were either in skilled labor or in a 4-year college, whereas only 40% of the others were. Next slide. If you look at the health outcomes for the kids who were in the Abecedarian Project, at age 21, they had lower use of marijuana, lower teen pregnancy rates, lower depression, and lower disability rates. And by age 35, their risk of heart attacks was lower, they had lower Framingham scores, their blood pressure mean was lower, their obesity rates were lower, and 0% of them had metabolic syndrome at age 35, compared to 25% of the other 50 kids. Blood sugars were also lower, which is part of that metabolic syndrome. So these outcomes, if you think about it, really came from the first 5 years of life, an intensive preschool, basically, for the first 5 years of life that lasted another 30 years later. Next slide. So the impact on community, I'll run through a little bit. You can go to the next slide. So these numbers are for our county, for Jefferson County. If you look at the black circle, there are 786 kids between the age of 0 and 5. This is based on the DCYF website that I just accessed yesterday, so it changes a little bit over time, but there's 786 kids. If we think about, typically about 45% of families will need childcare. The rest of them will use, families or friends or neighbors, or stay home from work. But that leaves us with about 353 kids between the ages of 0 and 5 who need childcare. Right now, there are 155 licensed spots in Jefferson County, so that leaves a big gap in there, about another 200. So if what we're looking at and have proposed is a 42 slot childcare, so it would kind of be a drop in the bucket, but it actually makes a big difference. So our capacity in Jefferson County would increase from about 20% to 25% just with the 42 slot early learning center. They estimate somewhere between 8 and 10 entry levels and skilled jobs in the community through the child care center. And then the Y is planning on working on a training program with Peninsula or other places to increase the child care workforce, which will be a challenge. The goal too is to address retention issues that we've seen for us at Jefferson Healthcare and other employers. Next slide. So this is an example of the website that I was looking at yesterday. They've changed it around a little bit from some other slides you might have seen. But this shows you Jefferson County compared to the rest of the state in the availability of childcare. So in Jefferson County, almost 20% of kids have access to childcare based on the numbers that we have. You can go to the next slide. The next one is infants. So this shows you that we have about 20 kids in care right now out of the 132 who could have care. Next slide. So an overview of the Learning Center. Next slide. So first of all, it has a lot to do with our partners. So this is a recent picture from the Rotary Breakfast that many of you were at. And I use it because it just demonstrates the breadth of the partners who are involved in this project. So we've gathered them over time. The YMCA will be managing and operating the child care. Jefferson County itself has done much of the funding, and I'll show you a slide of that later. There's of course us. Studio STL has been involved since the beginning with a lot of the designs and the planning grants that we got. And then the school has been involved as well, the Port Townsend School District, by giving us a low-cost lease for the land on which to build. Next slide. I have lots of pictures. I think that's probably holding people up. The next slide I'll just run through. It talks about the YMCA. We put out an RFP in the very beginning for interested parties who might want to partner with us and run the child care. And the Y filtered to the top pretty quickly. They've really been helpful all along, and they're taking this whole project and running with it. So we are not, as Jefferson Healthcare, we're not building a child care. They're building a child care, and we're supporting them with that. I'll run to the next slide. And then the slide after that talks a little bit about programming. So as I mentioned, it'll be 42 kids. There will be space for 8 infants, which addresses that infant shortage. That's the hardest area to find a spot for kids. There will be slots for 14 toddlers and 20 preschoolers. Those numbers might shift since we started working on this project. Transitional kindergarten has come to pass, and so there's free kindergarten through the day at both Chimacum and Port Townsend. I'm not sure about Quill and Brennan, but that's full day kindergarten for kids who are a year before kindergarten. So it's a nice transition program. So some of those preschool spots might not be needed. We've also set it up so that 20 to 30% of the families, there will be slots for families eligible for the state subsidy programs. So we're sure to have a diverse group in the classroom. And then I talked about the FTE. There will be probably about 9 FTE and 1 to 2 office staff. We're hoping for hours to span a hospital shift time. We'll see if they're able to get the staffing for that, but that would be probably 6:45 a.m. to 7:15 at night. We're not saying the kids would be there that whole time, but it would be available that whole time for people to drop off their kiddos. And then the hope is to get licensed with the goal of the Early Achievers Enrollment Program for quality review. It's a nice quality metric by the state. And then, as I mentioned, the Y is hoping to partnership with the community colleges for workforce development to help with the issues that we anticipate with filling the workforce for these jobs, similarly to our own. Shannon, what do you think? Should I load mine?
Is that not showing on your guys' side?
It's not on mine. Is it showing on anyone else's?
I see it, I think.
Oh, you do? Okay, great. I'm gonna try another button. Okay, yeah, you can go to the next slide. Thanks. All right, so this is where it's going to be. Many of you have seen this before, but this is the Port Townsend High School, and you can kind of orient yourself. You see the tennis courts over in the right, and there's that athletic field just above that on the picture, and that's where it will be. Next slide. So this is another way to look at it. It'll be right across from St. Mary's Church, right next to those tennis courts. Next slide. And this is the drawing that shows where it will sit with the entrance and the parking lot. So again, with the church right down at the bottom of the picture. Next slide. So this is a mock-up of the entrance for it. It's got a lot of great light, we're hoping, if it's built as designed. You can go to the next slide. That just shows the waiting area and the entrance. And then I'll show you a footprint of it. All right, next slide. Yeah, so that entrance is up in the top left corner where you see vest or vestibule, then it goes into the reception. There's a little spot for car seats at the top, and the computer servers are back behind there. All the admin offices are right there at the entrance, and there's a washroom for kids to wash their hands before they head in, and a public bathroom. And then as you head in, the green is the infant rooms. They're actually all connected. It says room A or room B, but there can be a sliding wall in between. Then right next to that in the kind of pink is a multi-purpose room with some offices. The Y is hoping to use that for the family resource navigators. So they have a child activity center between the two offices, so they could talk to parents while their kids play in the middle. And they do work like setting up, helping people get papers filled out, or housing, or food resources, diapers, that sort of thing. Yeah, it'll be really neat. Then next to that is a kitchen. It'll be a commercial kitchen, so it will also be able to be used for other purposes. Then next to that are the staff break room, staff bathroom, and a flex room in the back. And then if you go down, you see in the light blue, the preschool rooms, and to the left of that, the toddler rooms. Those rooms will open out onto the playground. You can see the doors going out there. And then right in the middle in the yellow, you see the laundry, and below that is a bathroom that goes out to the outside, which we stole from Peninsula College's cool childcare, where they have a bathroom outside, because the teachers were saying it's hard to leave all the kids outside and go in with one kid. So that should be fun. But we've had a lot of fun designing this, or I have had fun watching them design it, let me put it that way. On to the next slide. So since the last time I spoke to many of you, with the design has become complete, so that's what you saw there. The city permit we got last fall, which took a little while, but we were really happy to have it come through. Once we got that, then the USDA, which is one of our funding sources, could start working on the approval of all the pieces. And for those of you who are building other buildings, you know how this goes. They have to approve every step. So all the architectural spots, the licensing, all of those pieces. That process is still pending. They're looking at our documents for our bid documents. So they have to approve the wording before we can send it out to the public for bids. And that's really the next step. And then we've also augmented our funding. So since the beginning of this project, we've been really working on making sure we'd have enough funds for it. So next slide. So this is the funding map. So the first two lines are planning grants that we got at Jefferson Healthcare from the Washington Commerce Department. They were really helpful in all of the pre-planning that went into this, and helped to decrease the costs on Jefferson Healthcare for doing that planning. The next set of funds came from ARPA funds. That was $290 that we had selected our. And so instead of that money coming to us, it went to the Y, which was perfect. And they've been using that for architectural design. Then Jefferson were able to get an early learning facility grant for $1 million, and that kind of kicked off the next few grants because then we could get the matching for the rest of them. So the county applied and received the congressional directed spending through the USDA that I was talking about. That's 1.37. We have a community development block grant that the county got from the Washington Department of Commerce for $2 million. Jefferson Healthcare matched. We needed some extra matching, and so you guys were great at giving another $50,000. And then we got a building communities grant for another 1.57 million. That one is still in process, I believe, and so we'll rely on the passing of the state budget, but it's in that final budget, so we're really hopeful there. And then we have the Rotary Breakfast, so we're starting to get some local community support as well, and thanks so much, Case, for your work on this. It was amazing. I haven't heard the final amount, but that's why I put pending there, so we'll see how much that is. And so our total at the bottom is 6.28 or the 6.405 if you count all the planning grant money that's gone into it. Next slide. So this is some other work, so advocacy work. Congresswoman Randall came to visit the site and met with many of the partners at the high school. That was fun. She's very supportive. Next slide. And then, so just to run through what's next, I mentioned the USDA approval that we're waiting on. I spoke to Wendy Bart at the Y, and she said they may hear as early as this week, but it's really been a slow process, so fingers crossed. As soon as that happens, we'll go out for bids, and they're hopeful to have a contractor in 6 to 8 weeks after that. And then they'll start the groundbreaking. Next slide. So what we're looking at now is really community support, so continuing the advocacy work. The Rotary Breakfast was designed to help fund the playground, which we expect to cost about $75,000, and then we'll be continuing to work on finding funding for the classroom furniture, which is about $25,000 for each classroom. And then the Y will start working with Peninsula and the other community colleges on workforce support. Next slide. All right, I'll pause for questions there because we may not have time to go into the next, to the little sneak peek on population health stuff. Any questions about the child care?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Dr. Parker, looking at the proposed or the anticipated opening times to take in the shifts, if a 12-hour shift still runs 12 and a half hours, which it did when I was working the floor, I suggest 6:45 to 7:45, so that because the off-going shift won't get off until at least 7:30.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we were running into regulations about how long they could be open, but I'm going to write that down so we can pass it on.
Thanks. Otherwise, super duper. Fabulous.
Thanks. What other questions are there?
Just a quick comment. I lost connection here for a few minutes, so I wasn't sure if there were other questions or comments. But first of all, I want to say that the reception that we've had in the community about this has just really been remarkable. We had 160 people at that breakfast, and they were just just amazed when they saw all of the different partners who participated in that breakfast. And it looks like it's going to be about $10,000 that we're going to be contributing to play equipment, outdoor play equipment for the center. And once again, really appreciate how much initiative, Molly, you have taken. If you could send me that slide deck, that would be great, because there's some slides in there that I'd love to share, again, with my Rotary colleagues and others.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you so much. That breakfast. I was sorry to miss it, but it sounded like it was really a treat. And you needed my chair anyway. It sounded like it was overflowing. Great. Okay, well, do you want me to take 3 minutes to do the sneak peek, or
yes,
Shirley? Okay, go ahead to the next slide. So this is just a few slides of the other things we're doing in population health. So I mentioned a lot of these things in the other areas for our early life work. One of the ones I didn't mention is I'm sitting on the State Newborn Screening Technical Advisory Committee through the Board of Health and the Department of Health. And that's the committee that helps decide which diseases to screen newborns for. It used to be called the PKU test, and it's a little heel poke. So I'm working on that. And then the other piece down at the bottom I didn't mention yet is that we're doing, as part of my SANE work, we'll be expanding our SANE program, so our sexual assault nurse examiner program, to pediatrics probably this summer. So the nurses are all trained and we're getting the protocols in place. So you're sure to hear more once we have a date for that. Next slide. Other work we're doing is in reproductive health, so family planning and miscarriage management. We had that reproductive health convening last fall, and there's ongoing advocacy around this work. I've been really grateful to get input from legal counsel on all of the changes that are happening with the executive orders in the other states' laws related to this, so that we can keep up to date on that. We just got some more information in yesterday. And then upstream was the program I was talking about. That's where we ask all people in their fertility years if they're planning to start a family in the next year, and if they are, then we help support them in planning for that, and if they're not, help support them in not having a family in the next year, so working on contraception. The graph that you see to the right there are all the clinics, and the first dot on the left is 2023. That's the percent of providers who were asking the question of if people were planning to start a family in the next year. And you can see how it's gone up over time, which has been really fun to see. And we've given out prizes and certificates, so that's what you see up in the corner there with Dr. Skorberg and her medical assistant, Lisa. Another piece that we've been working on is minor privacy standardization. This comes up a lot for adolescents who are seeking things that they have the right to have privacy around. So things like mental health, substance abuse, birth control, pregnancy, and then sometimes gender affirming care depending on the situation. And so we're working to standardize that across the systems and make it a little more understandable, because it is pretty complicated, and we want to be sure kids feel comfortable coming to us knowing that their privacy is intact. Similarly with parents, that parents can get the information they are allowed to have, which is also a challenge. Next slide. Equity, you've heard things about that, I'm sure, over the years. The biggest thing that we're working on is we did some focus groups with Jasira to look at immigrant health and to see how we were doing with immigrant health and being welcoming and supportive and making it easy, decreasing barriers to come in. So those focus group results are coming out soon. Then the clinical work, we have blocked our clinic work into 3-year cycles, and so for 2023 to 25 we really targeted blood pressure measurement in our African American patients because blood pressures were much higher, and we've been working on that. And then mammogram gap closure for our Native American Alaska Native patients because their accessing of mammograms was lower. For 2025 to 28, the committee has landed on working on socioeconomic status as the equity issue. That really hits most of our gaps in clinical care. And so our focus will be on social drivers of health. How can we support folks with lower socioeconomic status to improve their health or decrease those barriers, again, to getting in for health care? And at the bottom there, I'm sitting on another committee in the BRE Collaborative that's working on the same thing with blood pressure. So I just thought I'd throw that in there. Next slide. For climate, Elise, who you'll hear from later, is working on our climate portfolio along with Tina. They got a Flex grant and are working with our data team on a climate dashboard to look at health outcomes over time with major climate events like periods of smoke or other major events. These graphs are from my favorite smoke website, which is the Smoke Blog of Washington or something like that. It's really fun. Next slide. And then food is just so solid. Tina does an amazing job with this. So She got funding through the Barclay Gill Seed Grant for the VegRx program to expand into dental. So we'll be giving out punch cards for kids and their families on Medicaid to get to go to either of the farmers markets, and they get about $100 per kid over the season. Then with Sunrise Rotary, they founded our First Days food bags. So those are really great food bags that Erin creates for our families who have just had a baby so they don't go home to an empty fridge. The CSA subscriptions for vulnerable patients is sponsored by Goosefoot Farms. So in the past, that's gone to oncology patients. And then last year it was patients with diabetes. And this year, I think they're still settling on the group that they'll hand those out to. But it's really amazing to have a free subscription to food once a week for people who are struggling with their health. And then the little free pantries over by the Dove House, that's filled by the Dove House, our employees, and the community in general. So feel free to throw food in there if you have any extra. And then the food bags have just been amazing. So those are bags of shelf-stable food for about 3 days for a family that we have in all of our clinics and at the hospital, so that if we have somebody in front of us who's hungry, we can just give them the food. It's been really, really well received, and the bags unfortunately fly out the door because there's so much need in the community. Next slide, sorry. And that's it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The day you walked into our building was fortunate indeed. You've done so much for us, for our community. Thank you, Dr. Parker.
Oh, thank you. Bruce, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, great report. I mean, it's the progress is amazing, and I mean, it's so needed. I guess one question I'd have is there a maximum number that the Early Learning Center could accommodate?
Yeah, good question. At the way it's designed right now, it is 42 because it's kids per square foot. And so if we could expand it if we needed to. I will say, I painted a really rosy picture of it all, and it is rosy. It's great. But with the changes in costs for building, we're a little nervous about that, especially as tariffs increase. So we're hoping that our budget will stick to what we have. But that might be the only stumbling block coming up. But yeah, 42 kids.
Thanks.
Yep.
I'd like to thank you for listing all of the reproductive services that we provide. That's so critical. It's one of the things I hear most from people in this community, how appreciative they are that we do provide full range of reproductive health services. And I continue to assure them that we're trying to do everything we can to stay completely independent, so that we can continue to control what services we provide.
Yeah, we get people from all over the peninsula coming in for those services because they're not easy to find in rural areas.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank
so
you.
I just like to add a terrific job, Dr. Parker. I cannot, having suffered with the childcare issue personally during 12-hour shifts, this should be just a helping hand to those of us who did work 12-hour shifts. Thanks.
Yeah, it's so needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parker.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. And then we will move on to Tina Toner.
Jill, I have a point of information I just forgot to share at the beginning of the meeting.
Pardon me?
I have a point of order, I guess, I forgot to share at the beginning of the meeting.
Point of order?
Yeah, I just need to share that I am live streaming the audio of this meeting. I forgot to mention that. I'm attempting to. I don't know if it's working, but I'm attempting to live stream the audio. Just wanted you to know that.
All right. Okay. Next is our patient story brought to us by Tina Toner, our Chief Nursing Officer. Tina?
All right, good afternoon. Thank you. All right, today I am bringing forward a story in honor of Volunteer Recognition Day, which was April 20th. If you could go to the next slide here, Shannon. And I wanted to just take the opportunity to celebrate our hospice volunteer program, which is providing a vital service to our patients. Next slide, thank you. Not only is the volunteer program a vital service, hospice volunteers are actually a Medicare requirement and must make up 5% of our total hospice visit hours. So it's a really important component of our program. Our volunteers are not paid for visits or miles, but they are onboarded similar to our employees. They have to pass a drug screening, employee health and background checks, and they also go through a multi-step process before ever seeing their first patient. So they apply for the positions, are interviewed, they have an onboarding program with our HR team. They have 13 hours of modules that they complete and an 8-hour in-office orientation, when after that they are placed with a mentor. And then for their initial visits, they are carefully monitored with a mentor. They have time with the director and additional support provided. So it's quite a long process and takes a lot of hours and dedication to become a hospice volunteer. The program has continued to grow, and in 2022, kind of post-pandemic, there were only 4 volunteers, and that has grown to 38 volunteers. One of the successes of the program has a specialist program, which was launched last year with volunteers who offer individualized services to our patients and their caregivers. And you can see here this list of very diverse offerings. One service that was new to me as I was checking in with our program manager, Jill Newsome, was Swedish death cleaning. I hadn't heard about that. I didn't know what that was. But that is a method of organizing and decluttering your home before you die to lessen the burden on your loved ones. And I think it's just such a good example of how many different areas that volunteers can support families and patients as they go through this time in their life. There's no charge for any services ever, and some of our patients can have multiple volunteers contributing to their care. So as you see here, a patient might have massage, pet therapy, a musical trio playing for them, a companionship volunteer, and someone working with them on plans for their obituary or memorial. One of the things that has, I think, really bolstered our volunteer program is in really wrapping our arms around and supporting our volunteers. They are providing such vital support to our patients. We appreciate it so much, and we know that for them to continue to do this work, we really need to support them as well. So there are monthly meetings with guest speakers and educational topics, and some of those topics have included compassionate listening, helping people write their own obituaries, medical aid in dying, setting boundaries. And each meeting the team presents, they discuss difficult situations, and they read and honor the deaths for the previous month and take that opportunity for grieving as well. And as you can see here, our volunteers are being offered 3 different self-care opportunities this year to support them. So they had a day where they created soul collages. They're also doing a learning to knit retreat in June, and this fall they will be attending a journaling workshop, and then there's a family picnic in the summer that happens every year, and a chance to connect with other families. So as a program, even though the program has grown a lot, good program never stops growing. Something we're really excited about are bereavement companions, which are going to be introduced in the next few months. And these are experienced volunteers who will be matched with a surviving bereaved family member, and they will spend 3 months with weekly visits to that bereaved family. And it's hoped that this solid support, the bereaved person will have someone to reach out to, have coffee with, take a walk, share their grief, and just have that additional time of support. We also have other volunteers who will be working with End of Life Washington. We have more specialist support volunteers coming into the program, offering more music, art, and other modalities for our families. And then you can see here, kind of as the flower season, late summer, we will be delivering fresh flowers weekly to hospice families who'd like to receive them. And we have specialists, volunteers that are gardening specialists, so they'll be picking up flowers and donating, delivering to those families. And then this fall, some plans to bring fresh wreaths to deliver to every hospice family who would like one as well. And lastly, just a big thank you to Jill Newsom. She's our program manager, and this program wouldn't be possible without her hard work and vision. And a shout out to her for cultivating this amazing service, and just a really big, huge thank you to all of our volunteers that the difference that they make to our patients by providing this care is really priceless, and we really thank them so much.
That was it. Between what you're doing and what Dr. Parker is doing, it's just so representative of how Jefferson Healthcare helps not just our patients, but our whole entire community. It makes me so proud to be affiliated in any way with this organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. We have an amazing hospice program full of many people doing great work, and along with our volunteers, I'm really proud of the work that they do.
Thank you. All right. Then we will now move into, at this time, we will go into public comment period, and we invite the public to make any comments that they wish for regarding their hospital district. So, Shannon, do we have any emails or anything from the public that you know of?
No emails or physical mail.
Okay. All right, then in-person speakers. We welcome your comments. There is a 3-minute limit, and Shannon will give you a 1-minute warning before your time is up. It is the board's policy to listen to your comments without responding during this meeting. So anyone who would like to, and I see one hand raised, 2 hand, okay. I'm gonna go with Angela first. Angela, you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Jill.
Welcome.
Thank you. I've been chatting with my counterparts in Clallam about the OMC Jefferson Healthcare discussions, and it's interesting to hear their perspectives. Their concern centers around making sure that the fiscally unsound OMC is not bought by a Catholic hospital chain and thus losing access to health care that is important to the community. My Clallam counterparts noted Jefferson Healthcare's good fiscal record, good relations with the community, and great reputation for patient care. As I listened to them talk, I realized that this proposed linking might be great for Clallam, but really from a public perspective, I'd like to know what's in it for Jefferson. Mike Glenn has kept the hospital fiscally sound through some very difficult times. We are facing more difficult times coming up. Would his attention be divided trying to get OMC up to speed, both fiscally and with patient care? My elderly mother-in-law has been treated at OMC, and it has not been up to the standard at Jefferson, and I can see it taking a lot of time and energy. Would Jefferson's quality and finances suffer? Likewise, the proposed board would have 5 members from Jefferson and 7 from Clallam. What would keep in the future Jefferson from being an afterthought? I'm talking about 5, 10, 15 years down the road. Given that Jefferson would be taking on the hard work of resolving OMC's issues, why shouldn't Jefferson have the 7 seats and Clallam have the 5 seats? I'm really concerned about this org chart. I know it's probably based on community size, but in terms of who's going to be doing the intellectual heavy lifting and who's going to be doing the work to get things going, I would think a much more fair distribution of seats would be in order before folks in this community would consider this a reasonable option. Thanks.
Hey, thank you for your comments, and anything like that would be certainly taken into consideration if that were the case. So thank you. Okay, I see another hand raised. IT unverified. T is, I'm not sure who that is. Can you identify yourself?
Yeah, actually, I simply entered my initials. This is Tom here speaking.
Hi, Tom.
Right. Sorry for any confusion. Excellent, really positive reports earlier in the session, especially from Dr. Parker. However, there's always a but. However, one part of what I heard that troubles me and has been troubling me for a long time, and that's the fact that the Jefferson continues to associate itself with the YMCA. YMCA stands for Young Men's Christian Association. And the official mission statement from that organization is to, quote, put Christian principles into practice through programs that build yada, yada, yada. Affiliating with any organization that is religiously based is a violation of my First Amendment right of freedom from religion. And so many organizations, apparently including Jefferson, disregard that. They simply slough it aside because it seems like that's the only way that you can get money for certain projects. I don't consider that to be a legitimate excuse. Sorry. You are creating an environment which is inhospitable to people who are a-religious or otherwise religious by emphasizing the Christian aspect of things. And whenever you enter into these things, I really think you need to keep that in mind because you're really not doing the community as a whole any favors. You pay great attention to DEI, diversity. Well, apparently not so much, not in this respect. So I will just, I know that you're not going to do anything about it. I know it's not going to make any difference, but I still want it known that what you're doing is really not an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars in any respect. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Tom. I thank you for your comments. Certainly, your comments are welcome. Anybody else have any comments to make? I can't see. Can you see the screen? Shannon, can you tell me if anybody else has got their hand up?
No more hands are up, Jill.
Okay. All right. If no one else has anything to say, we will go on with our action items. First, we have minutes from the March 26th Commission meeting. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
I have a motion to amend the minutes.
Okay, and you make your motion. You may make your motion.
So I'd like to motion that it note during the agenda approval discussion, all commissioners were told they could have a minute to speak, and Commissioner Reddy was cut off after 15 seconds and not allowed to speak his minute.
Is there a second to approve that amendment? Is there a second to approve Matt's amendment? Hearing no second, the motion dies for lack of a second.
I have another motion to amend.
All right.
During public comment, Commissioner Reddy was given 3 minutes to speak, and he was cut off after, again, like 20 seconds, and not allowed to speak his 3 minutes in public comment.
Is there a second to approve that amendment to the minutes? Is there a second? There's no second. Dies for lack of a second.
And
back to the main motion.
I have another amendment motion. During the administrative report, Commissioner Reddy was muted while he was attempting to ask a question of the CEO and not allowed to finish his comment.
Is there a second to that amendment? Is there a second? Hearing no second, amendment dies for lack of a second.
And
Call for the
I have
question.
just one more final amendment motion.
The question has been called.
The question has been called. Is there a second to the question?
How can you call the? We haven't even had comments on the main motion.
Excuse me, but a commissioner has called for the vote and to end the discussion. That requires a second from the board. Is there a commissioner that will second that call to end the discussion? Okay, there's no second to that.
I have another motion to amend the minutes.
Right. Which is?
Commissioner Reddy made a motion to form an ethics and legal advisory subcommittee. During the discussion of that, Commissioner Kulf made a requirement that Commissioner Reddy stop posting to YouTube as a condition of his voting for the motion. The rest of the board allowed this demand to stand, and Commissioner Reddy had to respond to it. Anyways, that's my motion.
Is there a second to that amendment? Is there a second? Guys, for lack of a second. We will go now to the main motion and approve the minutes as they stand. Is there everyone in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, and that the motion carries to approve the minutes as written. So now we will go on to the medical staff credentials and appointments or reappointments. Is there a motion to? Yes.
So moved.
Sorry. Okay.
Second.
And seconded. Discussion?
No.
Any discussion on the medical staff credential
No,
appointments?
those presented have been reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you, Maury. All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Is there any opposed? No abstaining? All right, motion carries. Under required approvals, is there any thing that a commissioner would like to discuss separately in the required approvals? If not, may I have a motion to approve the required approvals?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, no abstentions, motion carries. So we will now go on to our Chief Patient Safety and Quality Officer with her quality report. Brandy Manuel, welcome. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Hope everybody can hear okay and see my screen.
Yes.
Great. All right.
Perfect.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Brandy, and we are going to take a look at our quality program today. Here again, just at a high level, are the three big buckets that we have aspired to under our strategic plan, specifically under the quality pillar. And today we are going to talk about infection prevention and control, one of my favorite topics. What you have here are a lot of words, but I think as board members it's important to kind of have an idea of what at least DNV says is really important for board members to know and to support in their role in terms of the infection prevention program. So you could just focus really on the bottom middle box here that shows that top management, which is you, shall review at least annually our achievement towards our goals, objectives, outcomes, corrective actions, and continual improvement. So that is what we are going to be doing today. At a high level, our infection prevention and control program is led by Dr. Tracy Harris, who most of you know quite well in one of her many roles that she's had here at Jefferson Healthcare. She's an incredible asset to the program, and she really leads arm in arm with our infection prevention and employee health director, Holly Petta. And each year we take a look at the end of the year at our goals, and we ask ourselves how well we did in achieving those goals. So at the end of 2024, we took a look at the things that we said we wanted to do for the year, and we asked ourselves whether we achieved them or not. If not, why not? And then looked at the current data to say, all right, well, what are the most important things as we head into 2025? We work really closely with the Executive Quality Council to then approve and set these goals, and we communicate with our medical staff through MEC as well. So the big three this year under our infection prevention program are to reduce or maintain zero healthcare acquired infections. We'll do that by managing and making sure that we are practicing effective hand hygiene in every area across the organization. So historically, we monitored pretty closely looking at our clinical departments, which makes a lot of sense because that's where our patients are being seen, and in most cases, most of our vulnerable patients are in those areas. But this year, our infection prevention team expanded that and said, you know what, we probably ought to be looking everywhere. So they are now looking under the hood, so to speak, looking in areas that are not direct patient care areas, but other support areas, or areas where patients come into a lot of patients come into contact with us. So by doing that, we're getting more people talking about hand hygiene and practicing it. Additionally, not a small goal, but one of our goals this year was to put together a water management team and policy, and then also to identify, manage, or eliminate preventable factors to reduce surgical site infections. So those are the main initiatives under that top goal. The second goal was to reduce blood culture contamination, and this is a collaborative effort that infection prevention is working with our lab on. Jacob Stokes and Holly have worked hard to really look at all the factors in blood culture collection practices, and ask whether there are things that we could do differently. And it turned out that there were. So we're gonna take a look at how they're doing, but spoiler alert, we've done some things. So we're gonna talk about what the impact of those things has been in just a minute here. And then last but not least, maintaining a safe environment during construction. So this is no small order. Our infection prevention team does daily rounds all throughout the construction sites, anywhere in the organization actually where there's work being done, to make sure that it's all being done to standard, that our barriers are safe and intact, and that there aren't any concerns. And if there are, then our infection preventionist will send at the end of the day or in the afternoon a note with the specific item or items that were found, photos of those things, and some ideas for mitigation and correction, so that our team can then just quickly get in and mitigate those things. And it's a really great collaborative effort between our external stakeholders, our internal facilities teams, and our infection prevention team. And then lastly, working with an industrial hygienist. So realizing that some of our most vulnerable patients will be seen in this new building, we want to make sure that we feel 100% certain that it is absolutely as safe as possible. So we are bringing in external expertise to really look at every facet of this building before we open the doors and say that we're ready for business. So just another layer in protecting our patients. All right, so how are we doing? So far, so good. A lot of zeros on here, which is exactly how we like it. So these are some of our key indicators under our infection prevention and control program. You can see how we're doing in Q1. Now, you see that the table on the right has some asterisks next to it. That is because the data collection is still in progress. So when we're monitoring for surgical site infections, we go out 30 days and then we go out another 90 days, and we actually continue to monitor for quite some time. So this is preliminary data, but so far so good. And you can see here that we did have one C-section infection and 1 potential knee infection. So we're looking at all of those. Anytime we have an infection, there's a root cause analysis, which means that a team comes together and does an incredibly deep dive into the patient's chart, talks to the team that was in, sometimes goes to the actual room where the procedure took place, and tries to identify whether there was anything that could have been done differently. Sometimes there are pre-existing issues that make a patient at higher risk of getting an infection, but we still do the same diligence with every single one. So that work is underway right now. All right, and how are we doing otherwise? Pretty good. So our hand hygiene, our goal is over 80%. Now we would love to see it at 100%, but these are based on observational audits. So we know that it's an imperfect data collection anyway, but we do also ask patients whether they see us washing our hands, and they give us feedback. Our patients actually rate us quite high when it comes to hand hygiene. And we do know that 81% is at our goal. We would love to see it grow, but like I mentioned, we expanded the areas where we're actually evaluating this, and so we expected that there would be some decrease in the numbers, but overall this was really good. And our team is always trying to keep it alive and fresh, and so they are working on some new initiatives, some visual aids, some education, some other things that will be rolled out across the organization in both the acute care setting as well as the ambulatory setting. So there's some good work happening there. The water management team, that's a collaborative effort with our facilities team and infection prevention. Again, they do so much hand in hand, and that is underway. Sean and Holly have done just an incredible job of partnering to make sure that we have safe water. Water isn't just for drinking. It is really important for cleaning, for keeping, making sure our instruments get sterilized appropriately, for all of the things in maintaining a safe environment of care. So this one's a really important one, and it seems simple because it's summarized on one line here, but it's actually a really big project that we are excited to take on. The surgical site infection study. So again, just looking at the cases that came in and really trying to evaluate those, do a deep dive and work with external experts to see if there's anything that we might be missing or anything that we can try. There are actually some best practices that we are implementing this quarter, including decolonization before surgeries, some things about the preoperative screening that we're going to tighten up and talk with our patients about before they come in for surgery, and some feedback around preoperative care. So trying to really do a good job, a comprehensive job of preparing patients for surgery and prevent everything that we can prevent. Blood culture contamination. I mentioned there was some work. We actually have seen a 63% decrease in blood culture contamination, which is incredible. Now the numbers are small, but 63% is not insignificant. And what that means is that we're not having to go recollect specimens. It means that there's no delay to the treatment of that patient, and it means earlier, accurate treatment for some pretty sick patients. So this one we're very excited about, and we'll continue to implement those practices and monitor and make sure we sustain that good work. And then construction rounding. You see here one of our amazing team members. This is Sarah, and she is one of the team members who is out and about every day doing the rounding to make sure that our barriers are in place and intact, and we've got a up-to-date wrap. Commissioner Call?
Yes, thank you. Could you explain a little bit about how the blood culture contamination is determined? Is this, what's the procedure for doing that?
I could try. Jacob Stokes is the best person to actually walk through that. But basically, we don't know that it's contaminated until after the results are run. So based on the kind of pathogen that are resulted, there are some pathogens that are directly correlated to being a contaminated specimen versus being a pathogen that's causing the patient to be sick. And so when that happens, we have to go redraw that patient, and there potentially could be a delay to getting the antibiotics or that kind of thing, getting the right antibiotics on board. So if that helps, and I can get you a better answer than that.
No, that's perfect. Thanks.
All righty. All right. And some other work that our infection prevention team is doing this year is really focusing on sepsis. We spent some time a couple months ago talking about this work, so I won't belabor the point, but Holly and the team were recognized yesterday at our leadership development retreat for this work, and just excited to see this work continue and make an impact in a pretty serious disease. Some other work, because infection prevention is fun and it extends to all areas all the time, is prevention. So working very closely with our external partners in public health to make sure that when there are diseases detected in our community that could impact our patients or our staff, that we are responding to it quickly, and that we are doing everything we can do to manage that. COVID taught us a lot about how to intervene very early and think about what we can do to keep our employees and our patients safe. And we are doing some of the same things we learned during COVID as a best practice with the measles outbreak that we're hearing about now. So we have sent communications out to our patients who may not be up to date with their vaccines. Again, working with public health as a true partner, we bring them to the table. They are often part of our infection control meetings. They are part of the committee, and we also have brought them in incident command activations when we've been working on disease prevention. We are working with our internal teams to draft some messaging and communications, and then meeting with stakeholders to make sure that if a patient presents that is symptomatic, that we A, recognize it, and B, quickly and safely begin treating that patient to minimize exposure. And then auditing our own employees to make sure that we're up to date as much as possible on our vaccines. And as of today, I got from Holly that we are 99.5% measles immune, so really great. And as if one outbreak wasn't enough, there is some discussion around pertussis currently. So we currently have 13 confirmed whooping cough or pertussis cases in Jefferson County. So we're doing some of the same work around pertussis. And we have done the same kind of audits and found that actually our employees are 94% vaccinated, which is great. We are looking at processes for contact tracing any exposures so that we can offer prophylaxis to our employees if needed. And then our infection control team is working with our family birthing unit to work on increasing vaccinations to help provide some protection to newborns after they are born. And that is all I have. There are a million other things that this team does every single day. Some of it you can see and a lot of it is silent and you never see, but I just really want to thank this team and appreciate them. And also, I have to give a shameless plug. Congratulations to Holly Petta. She just achieved her certification, her CIC certification, which is a huge deal. It's the gold standard. It's very hard to do. Most people, it takes them years. And she is in year 2 of her role, and she just 2 weeks ago, I think, achieved her certification. So great job for Holly and to the team. Any questions?
Hey, Brandy, I just want to point out that I think that photo was taken like at 3 o'clock in the morning during the wire cutoff.
That is true. And they're still smiling.
I know.
Great work to everyone, by everyone. No, thank you, Brandy. Very uplifting report. So, any other questions, comments?
Just congratulations to the whole team, and especially Holly for achieving the certification. Well done.
Thank you. I will pass. She had an appointment. I invited her to be with me today, but she had an appointment, so I will pass that along. I bet she'll listen later. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Brandy. So next we have Tyler Freeman, our Chief Financial Officer, with our financial report. Tyler, how are we doing?
We are doing all right. Good afternoon. Can go ahead and go to the next slide.
That's
so
nice
I think we're
hear,
doing all right. Sorry, what was that?
I said that's nice to hear that we're doing all right.
Yeah. I say that, and then I show you this first slide, which has a slew of red on it, but I will go through and explain some of this. So we had, as you look at these numbers, you can see we had our overall patient days were down, mostly driven by ACU patient days, which were quite a bit lower than this time last year. So just a unique blip, I think, there. When you see the patient days, one thing I was encouraged by that is in the more detailed report out is there's an uptick in our swing bed patient days. So we are doing a better job of utilizing the swing bed program, and that's for the folks that could potentially be transferred to a skilled nursing facility that can instead receive the care at Jefferson and make their way straight to potentially discharged to home instead of discharged to another level of post-acute care before making their way there. So good to see that program increase, even though patient days overall down. Surgery cases and special procedures were also down for the month. There's some scheduling stuff that occurred and some leaves, and so again, that's expected to be more of a blip than a consistent pattern throughout the rest of the year. Diagnostic imaging cases or imaging tests were right at budget, a little bit over. And that's one where, you see all of this red, you look at the next report and you see, well, we're not too far off with our revenue budget. But you think about some of the big service lines that we have, imaging is a huge amount of our total revenue number, one of the bigger service lines. And so having them at budget helps. Pharmacy meds dispensed is lower, but pharmacy revenue was actually considerably higher than what we budgeted for. So a lot of infusion revenue as we're starting to get a few more oncology visits, even though that's lagging behind budget. And other pharmacy revenue was also pretty high for the month as well. Respiratory therapy charge units, I mentioned that one is one where there's still some work being done to ensure all of those are being captured appropriately, and that's not been completely finalized yet. And then when you look at the next few on the list with rehab, ER, dental, and rural health clinics, all of those were either just above budget for rehab or slightly below for ER, but well over our March 2024 run rate. So in some cases, it's just a little bit of a budgeting, a function of having a higher budget that potentially wasn't, put in for the increases that we're expecting to see later in the year and was instead smoothed out over the entire period. That's something that's impacting the dental clinic. That dental clinic number is including the mobile dental unit. We don't have the mobile dental unit, and it also wasn't budgeted throughout, expecting those visits to grow once that program is in place. So a little bit of some budget nuance with some of this as we look at it as well. And Bruce, I see you've got your hand up.
Yeah, not on this page, but one of the pages that we had, the two things that stood out to me that were down quite a bit were dermatology and oncology were both quite a bit lower than budget, but also quite a bit lower than last year for year to date.
Yep, and both of those areas are ones where we have some provider shortages where we're working on patching together some additional provider coverage in both the dermatology, a couple offers out, and oncology where there's some offers out as well. And so we've got locums providers in both of those clinics right now.
Okay.
I think some of that also impacts some of the downstream referrals. Once you have that locums provider coverage, some of the referrals end up going outgoing for a bit. And so once we get that, the providers back in place, we're expecting that to come back up. And as I said, we've got a couple of offers that I think either just went out today or are going to be going out relatively soon. So hopefully we can get some of those gaps patched here and get those clinics back up and running where our expectations are. So next slide. So as I mentioned, with some of those bigger, with pharmacy being so much further than their budget, with imaging still being in a good spot, we're still in a decent spot from a gross patient revenues perspective. $140,000 under our budget. Revenue adjustments still running a little bit high. The beginning of the year, we're still working through the new year for the payers and them trying to deny and unique in different ways, and so trying to make sure we're collecting everything that we're owed for the services that we're providing. But that's always a little bit of a dip in the beginning of the year that we piece back into. And we also don't include any cost report estimates for the first few months of the year too. And so there's also no expectation that we will receive any additional funding from Medicare based into the actual numbers that you're seeing right now too. So with all that put together, net patient service revenue 3% under our budget, and total operating revenue 2% under budget. Doing okay on the expense side in most areas, as you can see. So salaries, wages, employee benefits, both looking all right. Supply expense, 15% over our budget for the month and year to date. Some of that is just timing. So we have some of the computer equipment that's been purchased already, some of the other stuff for the new building that's been purchased already that we're expensing in this year. And it's expensing as we purchase it. And so those purchases have already happened. So it's already hitting our financial statements. And so a little bit related to that, there's also a lot related to pharmacy as well. And working through some additional analysis to make sure we're comfortable with that spend and it's commensurate with the increase in revenue that we see in those departments. So overall, sitting at 2.7% operating margin for the month, almost $500,000 of operating income, and a total change in net position of $252,000. So lagging behind our budget expectations, but with some of the volumes as you've seen them compared to our budgets, with some of the payer difficulties that we're having, and even with some of the we're seeing a decline in commercial payer mix as well. So those things are all impacting our financial position to be a little bit tighter than where we'd like it to be, but still in the positive and still, as I said, pretty early on in the year too. So as we continue to work on some of these things and fill positions and fight the good fight with insurance companies, we will dig our way back out of it. So next slide. Cash and AR, continuing to use those building projects funds, continuing to see days cash on hand remain in a strong position at 108 days. That's even with the some of the expenses that I mentioned we've had with we've paid out. To start the year, you jump right in and do your quarterly, your RVU payouts, your quality bonuses, your new union contracts, your buying of 2 buildings. So lots of things rolling through there. To be at 108 is a very strong cash position, given all the cash outlays that we had in the beginning of the year. And the last slide. Basically, right at budget is where we're projecting our charges for April. So 99.5% of budget is where we're sitting at for charges. Cash collections a little bit lower than our goal of 566 per day at 509, and days in AR at 48.3 as of today. Any questions? Yeah, Bruce?
One of the things I noticed is that utilities was about 90,000 higher than last year. Do you know whether that's price or usage because of things going on with a construction project or a combination?
Yeah, I noticed that too. And since I just got back on Monday, so I haven't had that 2-week trip. Bad timing, but I haven't heard back on that one yet. It could be that. It could also be, I know there's been a lot of review as we're going through and doing the cost report and audit right now to make sure that folks are putting things in the right bucket. And we had noticed there's a little bit, as you look at those financials, you'd see that in the detailed income statement that there's some movement between purchase services and professional fees as well. And so I think there's just a little bit of movement that might have been happening as a part of a cleanup. So it hard to say right now, but I did ask that question already, and if I get some answers, I will get back to you with it.
Yeah, because I know they've done a lot of things on efficiency improvements and stuff, and so I was a little surprised to see that we were higher than last year, but we got a lot of other things going on too. So.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Tyler? Hey, thank you, Tyler. Great report again, as usual.
Thank you.
So then we will now take a break and we will return at 3:40. See you all then.
All right, to our vast audience out there, which might include at least one person I know who I think texted me and said they were listening. We're on a little break. Enjoy some tunes from my personal creation until 3:40.
The royal families, the crime family. You can't handle the truth.
Moving forward.
Try me. The room holds its breath. Cheney lets out a long sigh, then leans forward in his seat, his eyes cold and resolute. Humanity is not alone, never has been, not in this galaxy, not even on this planet. There are countless alien species, but there's one that's been here the entire time. The reptilians. They were here long before us. They claim this planet as their own. The shock in the room is palpable, gasps, whispers. Everyone is on edge, Cheney continues, his voice like ice. They're far more powerful than us. The leaders of your institutions, governments, militaries, even some of your heroes. They've been working with them, or worse, replaced by them. We live in a zoo, and we're the livestock. The justice system, democracy, it's a charade. They tolerate it because we're insignificant. We can't hurt them. The road to! This can't be real. Cheney ignores the murmur, staring directly at Sheila. You ask me, did I and the other secret keepers remember the Majestic 12? Those who knew, did we kill people? Did we kill John F. Kennedy? The room stiffens, even Sheehan seems frozen in place. Quietly, a hint of regret. Sadly, yes, a group of secret keepers did that. Did we kill James Forrestal? All of the secret keepers had a hand in that. We killed Bill Cooper, killed Marilyn Monroe, started wars, orchestrated all of them, all for control, all to keep the truth hidden. Did we do that? Yes, I did these things, I know who did it, and I could tell you, Sheehan. Then why don't you? Leans back, rubbing his temple, as if he knows the enormity of what he's about to reveal. I could describe to you the network of people, the Freemasons, the Skull and Bones, the World Economic Forum, the Bilderberg Group, the royal families, the crime families, the syndicates, the nation states, the religions, yes, even the Vatican. The courtroom is paralyzed with shocked journalists frantically scribble notes, jurors' eyes wide with disbelief. Even Sheehan looks momentarily stunned, though he quickly recovers. I can show you the web of control, how deep it goes. But you better ask me while I'm still breathing, because there are people out there who would kill me for telling you this. Right now, the moment I leave this stand, my life is forfeit. So take advantage of this opportunity while I'm still alive. Ask your question. The courtroom feels claustrophobic, the gravity of Shady's words sinking in. Sheehan stands there, locked in the moment, knowing this is his chance to expose it all. You say you did all this for control, to protect us from the truth. But who gave you the right? Who gave you the power to decide that humanity couldn't handle the truth? We gave it to ourselves. We took it because someone had to. We had to. You think you could have handled the truth? You think the world wouldn't tear itself? We gave it to ourselves. We took it because someone had to. We had to. You think you could have handled the truth? You think the world wouldn't tear itself?
Please tell me.
What the frack were you doing in 1871? Were you both Freemasons, sitting in the Fowler Building Masonic Temple while the village burned? Or did you build it with the timbers? You didn't burn all the timbers. Did you steal the timbers for your Masonic hall? For your newspaper? You didn't burn all the timbers. You didn't burn all the timbers. You built up this town instead. You built with the timbers. Give the land back. Give the land back. Give the land back. Give the land back. What the frack were you doing in 1871? Were you both Freemasons, sitting in the Fowler Building Masonic Temple while the village burned? Or did you build it with the timbers? You didn't burn all the timbers. Did you steal the timbers for your Masonic hall? For your newspaper? You didn't burn all the timbers. You didn't burn all the timbers. You built up this town instead. You built with the timbers. Give the land back. 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 Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Thank you. You did it. You did it. I'll be with the timbers. You didn't burn all 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 the timbers. Give the land back. 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 Give the land back.
Stevens and Fowler were fast friends. Stevens named him the region's Indian agent. Fowler loaned Stevens money for a mortgage. Stevens moved back east, serving in Congress, but in 1862 was killed at the front of his Union troops resisting Stonewall Jackson in the Civil War Battle of Chantilly, Virginia. By that time, Fowler had given up the seagoing life and settled into Port Townsend. He built a home at Jefferson and Polk, still there. He acquired hundreds of acres of land, including what is now Fort Worth. It appears he started the first bakery, employing a young Charles Eisenbees, who would become the town's lead capitalist a decade later. He donated land for the Laurel Grove Cemetery and donated land for a school, now the Port Townsend Community Center. He built the town's first deep water pier at the foot of Water Street, although it was soon eaten by torpedoes. He helped start 2 newspapers, one almost 30 years before the Leader was born. In 1889, he built and owned stores and constructed many wooden commercial and residential buildings. The legislature chose him to be the territory's brigadier general, and he was the county's first treasurer. A stonemason named Carkeek. In 1874, Fowler decided to build a commodious fireproof store and brought English master stonemason Morgan J. Carkeek in for the job. Carkeek had come north from San Francisco. Carkeek quarried sandstone from an Indian island quarry in the southeastern quadrant of the island and hauled it across Port Townsend Bay by barge. The sandstone blocks were 2 feet thick and laid together with lime-based mortar. Huge floor and ceiling joists were milled from clear-grain fir. As a finishing touch, Carkeek put Fowler's name and the year at the top of the building. At first it was a dry goods store, Fowler using his fleet to import supplies from San Francisco. It became the town's first performance hall for dances, upstairs, and theater downstairs. It was the Masonic Temple. It was purchased by Jefferson County and used as the county courthouse from 1880 to 1892. Fowler and Eisenbees, please tell me, what the frack were you doing? In 1871, were you both Freemasons? Sitting in the Fowler Building, Masonic Temple, while the village burned? Or did you build it with their timbers? You didn't burn all the timbers. Did you steal the timbers for your Masonic hall, for your newspaper? Fowler in 1871. Were you both Freemasons, sitting in the Fowler Building Masonic Temple while the village burned? Or did you build it with their timbers? You didn't burn all the timbers. Did you steal the timbers for your Masonic hall, for your newspaper? Fowler in 1871. Were you both Freemasons, sitting in the Fowler Building Masonic Temple while the village burned? Or did you build it with their timbers? You didn't burn all the timbers. Did you steal the timbers for your Masonic home, for your newspaper?
On October 20th, truth will rise across the globe beneath the skies. Citizens unite from every land in the search for answers, hand in hand. Watch parties light up every state. The world is ready, we won't wait. UAPs and mysteries untold. Together we'll be brave and bold. Global disclosure day, let the truth be known. We've waited far too long now to see.
All right, we're just about back.
Were you both Freemasons? Were you both Freemasons? Were you both Freemasons?
Just about back, just about back. How's everyone doing out there? Thank you for tuning in to this exciting commission meeting. Feel free to comment in the stream if you have any thoughts or comments about anything.
For your Masonic. Feel free to comment in the stream if you have any thoughts or comments about anything.
Okay, it's 3:40, and Shannon, you want to go ahead and start recording again, please? Thank you. So, welcome back to the Jefferson County Public Hospital District Number 2 Board of Commissioners meeting on April 23rd. But now we have an update on our construction project by Jake Davidson, our Chief Operations Officer. What's the latest, Jake?
Got a few updates, nothing too earth-shattering, which is good. I'm like Tyler, I'd like a boring report when it comes to these things, so... let's see, pulling up the slides right now. So, of course, our beautiful shot, which, if you come down here, it's amazing. It's starting to look more and more like this. So, really, really exciting. Outside of the white is kind of this weird neon color right now, which a few people might have suggested we keep, and said no. A couple cool pictures. Upper left, that is actually the new cafeteria. We're putting some AV, audio-visual, in there, and so that's the wall that we'll be able to do big meetings in. So pretty cool, some cabinetry underneath. The right, that is the new courtyard. So we poured that a week ago. Pretty exciting. That middle hole, a tree's gonna go in there. That awning to the left, we call that now Kelly O'Connell's awning because she convinced us to spend some extra money. and make it work well during, hopefully 12 months out of the year. We're actually going to put some heaters under there that are attached to the roof. That'll be pretty cool. And then at some dining area. Of course, Chef Stark will have a barbecue or 2 or 3 out here too. So that'll be a pretty amazing courtyard. It's not double the size of the courtyard we used to have. And really our focus was how do we make this so that folks will want to use it. So pretty exciting. Lower left, you can see some of those neon colors I mentioned. That is kind of the architect feature entryway taking shape. Glass is now in, and so pretty amazing to see that. And then on the right, lower right, you can see they're cleaning the brick. That brick is now fully up, and pretty amazing just to see, and it's similarities to the other buildings. So lots going on. There aren't any internal pictures. It's a madhouse in there. I wasn't able to go last Thursday, but I'm sure Mike was dodging all kinds of people walking through. We're definitely in the way, but that's because there's so much going on. We got lots of drywall. Drywall is basically done. Lots of painters, lots of, HVAC, electrical, just people everywhere. So it's good. It's a good sign of progress. So on time, on budget, of course, our big focus. We are now 85% of the way through the project. Pretty amazing. Still looking good to get the keys in July. Team's working really hard to coordinate all of the post items, which is not easy. Pay apps, you can see we're about 78% of what we've paid or owed to Abbott, our general contractors, so that's good. Our owner contingency, you can see we are at 100%. We knew we were gonna bump up to that point, but I think we got a good feel to continue to ensure that we're on budget by offsetting a few other things. I added this slide, or this graph underneath it, construction contingency. So you can see we're at 85% of the project, but we're only at about 78% of that spend. So we got some money there, and of course soft costs are still tracking under, and so hopefully those all offset. But knock on wood, based on where we're at, there won't be a whole lot of additions, and so we got a good feeling for staying on budget as well. And then Tyler can stay out of my office. Yeah, Case. Oh, you're on mute, Case.
Could you explain a little bit more about the difference between owner contingency and construction contingency?
Yep, great question. So owner contingency, those are things that fall under basically our decision making, or things that we want to modify, or certain things that fall out of basically, so like unforeseen conditions. So like the extra abatement, so the extra asbestos, the extra foundation that our general contractor didn't know about before setting a guaranteed max price. So that's owner contingency. So that falls on us. When we say we want to change the color of the brick from this purple color to fit with the ESSB after they've already priced it, that's on us. When we want to make a modification to a room, that's on us. The construction contingency, so that is actually more items that are on our architect and general contractor. So those are things that they should have caught when they were putting together the pricing. And so, that's a little bit more of their ownership versus the owner's ownership. And so that's the difference. Our contingency, we basically just approve. Their contingency, we have to sign off on it too. And so it's a little bit of a different process. But I think, Abbott and ZGF, our partners, they've done a heck of a job to ensure that, we caught as much as possible beforehand. And I think both these numbers actually show that, because like we mentioned a few months ago, we went very thin when it comes to contingency. And they warned us, but shout out to everybody who's working on this project to keep it on budget. It's been a lot of work, but we're doing well.
So Jake, just to follow up with what Case asked. So would a contractors contingency, would that be like if they had to get a bigger crane in than they thought they were going to need, or the price of concrete went up, or?
Yeah, that's probably close to exactly what it is, Bruce. I mean, there's things where, even say the architect missed, I don't know, outlets in a room or things that we knew were documented that should have been hit. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. We do have some escalation contingency to increase in cost, but yeah, I think you're in line there. Good questions. Some milestones, a lot going on. I mentioned the brick, the LINAC, which is very, very heavy. The base, which has to be within, I think, 1 millimeter. Same with the MRI. They're both in place now. So those are big milestones for the team. Courtyard, I showed that picture. We had a big crane a couple weeks ago that put the chillers on the roof. So with the big machines, you want to ensure that they're staying cool enough. And so chiller for the LINAC and chiller for the MRI got lifted up. In progress, a ton. The kitchen, we went with this epoxy floor, which everyone's really excited about, but that's a process. I mentioned all of the walls, so drywall, paint, finishes. I mean, we got lots of folks on site, windows, I think we're hitting everything right now. So lots going on there. Substantial completion, dates moving around a little bit. We do have a drop dead for Abbott, and so they know that because our furniture comes in and then we start moving in. Luckily, as far as Jefferson, we don't have a whole lot of critical paths right around that date, and so we're working with Abbott on that. CT's still slated for August, which is all right. Open house, more to come on that, August 24th. It'll be awesome. It'll be amazing. Fingers crossed, weather's good. And then everything will be fully open by September 2nd. And so, we have all kinds of meetings and project management projects going around with all of these different service lines that we're either moving, lifting off, recruiting for. I think the question that you asked Tyler earlier, derm, I'll hit on that a little bit. We need to increase our dermatology FTEs a lot. And so just a ton of moving pieces that are touching just about every part of Jefferson Healthcare and every leader. And so big shout out to everyone trying to get this thing open because, from afar, a lot of our leaders have been watching it happen, and now it's time to jump in and help make it happen. So pretty exciting. Just a reminder, we still have Hospital Road shut down. We're hoping to get that open here soon. We didn't want to open it and shut it down, and so we extended that a little bit, but hoping in early May we'll get that back open. Mentioned recruitment, so of course Dr. Ramirez, I probably should take her down at some point. She has been here, almost 8 months now. Dr. Chong is coming. We're excited. We've been meeting with him frequently to get pulmonology up and running and ready for him, so that's exciting. Of course, we've mentioned Dr. Prime a lot as well, and Tyrog and their tireless work to ensure that we can provide rad-onc, which is amazing. And then lots of in-progress recruitment. So we have an offer out on a urologist that we are working really hard to make happen. Amazing guy that I think would be great. Dermatology, we have lots of candidates in the pipeline. 2 weeks ago, we had an amazing dermatologist out. So I'm meeting with him on Friday. We're making him an offer today, tomorrow, and then following up with him on Friday. So fingers crossed. And then I think it just feels like a balloon's about to pop and increase our dermatology group a lot. So we're excited. ENT, we do have a candidate. We do have an on-site scheduled, and so lots of work going on in recruiting these roles in addition to all the other roles we got going on. So exciting stuff. And that is the end of my PowerPoint. Other questions?
Wow. Hard to believe it's been so long, but yet it seems so quick.
I know. No, the construction it was aggressive timeline. I mean, 18 months, and that extended a little bit longer than we wanted with those unexpected things. But Man, it goes quick, and it's actually fascinating. I think when we sat down and said, all right, we're pulling the trigger back in 2020. That seems so long ago, but the construction piece is flown by.
Great. I did want to ask regarding dermatology, Jake, how many providers do you think you want to end up with?
Yeah, so right now we have 2.7 FTEs, so a few part-timers. We're going from about 6 exam rooms to 15. And so I could see our FTEs, depending on what we hire and what they want to work, being more in the 6, 7 FTEs from 2.75 right now. So that is a big focus of ours. There's also a lot of flex in the space, and so there's some days where they might actually be able to use more than 15. And if like our Dr. Meyerson, say he's in the surgery that day, sharing rooms. So yeah, we're really focused on adding some significant amount more dermatology.
Great, thank you.
So if you were following Jake's comment about when this started, it's really 5 to 6 years from sketch on a whiteboard to seeing the first patient. So that's Jake signaling that he's probably a couple months off from sharing with you his next big plan. So it's coming, but know that it's it just takes 5 years to grow them out of the ground.
Yeah.
And we're excited to hear it, Jake.
It's coming, yeah. Space is always something we need to keep growing, right? Keep up with the needs of our community.
Yep. All right. Anybody else? Comments? Questions? Thank you, Jake.
Thanks, everyone.
Always a pleasure. Okay, Mike, our Chief Executive Officer. Mike, it's your turn for your admin report.
Great. Thanks, Jill. I am going to turn it over to our newly promoted Manager of Population Health and Government Affairs and Advocacy, Elise Wright. So Elise is going to take you through what's going on in Olympia. If she finished this report, 2 hours ago, it's probably in need of being changed, and also a little bit of DC. So take it away, Elise.
Yeah, thank you. So as Mike said, we're in a pretty dynamic situation, particularly at the state level. And I feel a little bit bad. Everyone else had, either rosy or boring reports. And I fear that this is neither of those things. So I'll start at the local level. So on April 9th, we were happy to have our new County Commissioner, Heather Dudley-Nolet, come join us for a site visit. She was here for a little over an hour, and it was just a great opportunity to give her a bit of background about us and what we do, what we believe in, what makes us special, and then also just making her aware of those kind of unique issues that we are up against, and it was just a great opportunity to kind of open that door and forge that relationship. So we're looking forward to her work in this role and to having partnership with her. We're rolling into state, so as Mike said, yes, I did update this slide at 12:30, and who knows what's changed since then. And what I really want to highlight at this slide is the legislative session is supposed to wrap up on April 27th, so that's Sunday. We are right now kind of in this in the last throes of reconciliation between bills that have been proposed. And at this slide, there were a bunch of bills that came up in terms of taxes specifically, and those first two that you see, basically Governor Ferguson, he's been pretty quiet up to this point, but he did kind of surface to say that he was not happy with a lot of the tax proposals that were coming, and he wouldn't support those. So there's been some of those died, but there has been a quick reshuffle and reshift. And so just last week on April 16th, a couple new bills did drop. And specifically, I've highlighted this 5814 is the one that would potentially would hit Jefferson, not just us specifically, but with these others being either a smaller critical access hospital. We are carved out of a number of these bills. But they will continue to hit the bigger hospitals throughout the state, and it's kind of one of those things that whatever hits any partner hospital, anyone that we might work with, we are not impervious to those impacts. So we will still fill those, even if they're not directed at us. But this 5814, so this again dropped last week. It would add a new sales tax for a lot of services, including telehealth services, temp staffing. The good news on those is those there was language to exempt those. So for hospitals, so our travelers will be exempt from those taxes. So that's good news. The less than great news is that things like IT services and then also medical records and EHR are still included in that and are likely to proceed as being able to be taxed with that. So that is, again, something that could hit Jefferson. And in terms of, I think at the last meeting, Mike updated you all about budget proviso that Representative Birnbaum's office had submitted. We are just kind of in a holding pattern waiting on that. It's a long shot, asking for any funds at this point. It would be basically $150,000 to support low volume labor and delivery. And so it would be, wonderful to get. It would be something. And I think more on this, again, a takeaway from this slide could just be, we've enjoyed really strong support from our legislators in the 24th, and so we're just appreciative of the efforts they continue to make. And they're up against a lot, and they're in a hard spot right now. And I don't envy anyone in Olympia this week in particular. So we can go to the next slide. Great. So again, April 16th, a bunch of new things. Basically, if bills didn't pass from the opposite side of the chamber, they are considered dead unless they are considered necessary to implement the budget. And then also right now we are in that kind of the frenzy of getting amendments added to bills that are still alive. And that's what we're watching right now. And then again, session will supposedly wrap up on April 27th, and we are anticipating there will likely be an operating budget dropped by Governor Ferguson on Saturday. There is a potential that a special session will have to be scheduled. We don't know if that will happen yet. So again, the takeaway on this is that at both the state, and we're about to go to federal, but at both levels, we are really facing a double whammy. We are hospitals, and I say we, hospitals are facing both taxes and cuts. So it's a unique and pretty stressful position. Next slide, please. So I guess I do have a couple bright spots. We have submitted our appropriations request to all three members. This is it's actually a $2.625 million request for the expanded imaging services in Port Ludlow. We got really great community support for that. So just want to give a shout out to all of our community members who submitted letters. We really appreciate their support. And we have heard from Randall's office, at least, that she will make her announcements of her selections by May 23rd. We have not yet heard those dates from either Murray or Cantwell, but hopefully we'll soon. This is kind of Jefferson we've had a lot of success with these in the past in relatively short succession. And so that is a bit of a double-edged sword for us on this. It shows that we are, trustworthy. We do what we say we're going to do. We have the impact we say we're going to make, and we're doing good work. But also, if they're looking and seeing such a strong track record of success with these, they might decide to spread the love to people that haven't enjoyed the same success. So again, we're just in a wait and see sort of pattern on that. And then on just last Monday, April 14th, we were super happy to welcome Representative Emily Randall, so that was really lovely. She stayed for a little over an hour. As you can see from this picture, she met with our providers, Dr. Luckman, Parker, and Skorberg, as well as administrators, and it was just really great. And having those providers specifically was wonderful just because of their passion and their candidness, and the stories they were able to share, I think really went a long way in establishing trust with Representative Randall and really speaking to a lot of the things we know that she cares a lot about, specifically reproductive health care, safe and accessible health care for all. And then we also discussed, the imminent thing that's kind of just always hanging over our heads right now, which are the potential cuts to Medicaid and Medicaid expansion. Next slide, please. Yeah, so federally, it's a bleak picture. So Washington is we're kind of in not a great spot right now, both at the state and federal level. So the House on April 10th released their budget framework, and you'll see there's a pretty strong discrepancy between what they proposed and what the Senate proposed. 1.5 trillion in cuts versus 4 billion. And a large portion of that, as we continue to hear, is likely to come from the House Committee on Energy and Commerce. And it was the chair of that committee who, I think just a week ago, said that there's anywhere from 500 to 600 billion of those cuts are likely to come from healthcare programs, which includes Medicaid. And if I'm putting my population health and social justice hat back on, we're also talking about, the House Ag Committee has also been ordered to cut around 230 billion, and so that is really likely to hit those food assistance programs. So there's a lot of talk about dollar signs and figures right now, but I think really remembering that this is likely to hit a lot of community members. They stand to lose both healthcare coverage and food assistance. So we've got neighbors that are going to be potentially in quite a bit of hurt. So we continue to watch and wring our hands about the potential reductions to the federal government's contributions to the Medicaid expansion programs. Again, so in a county of 30,000, we're talking about 3,000 to 4,000 enrollees potentially losing coverage. So I don't need to tell you that that's a large chunk of our population. And then, and I believe Mike might talk a little bit more about this, but also, so we continue to worry about the direct payment program. So, and this is basically how we get basically matching funds back from the federal government to supplement Medicaid payments. So yeah, I wish I could, I should have tried to reorganize these so I could land on a bit of a happier note, but that's where we are. I guess what I could say is that I'm relatively new to the organization, but I have heard great things about Jefferson's ability to navigate challenging times in the past, so I'm hopeful that we'll find a way forward. And I'll pass it to Mike in case I left any glaring gaps.
No, I think you covered all the challenging and disturbing stuff, Elise. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Elise has been really busy working through a session down in Olympia, and she is on point with day to day, sometimes hour by hour, different changes and revisions. So I think she's doing a really good job. And also all that wonderful work that Dr. Parker is leading in population health. Elise and Tina Hirschelman and Pranav are also leaning into that and actually more delivering on the work on the ground. So it's I didn't really appreciate the connection between advocacy and population health. I think when we first created this department, but boy, I sure do now. So thanks. Any questions for Elise before I start my presentation? All right, thank you, Elise. Next slide. So I wanted to go a little deeper in the SNAP or direct payment program. And I talked about this a little last month, and I began with what this program attempts, the problem this program attempts to solve. I think like almost half of the states participate in these direct payment programs. So it's certainly not just a Washington deal, where it's a program that the federal government set up to recognize the burden that hospitals that take care of a disproportionate amount of Medicaid patients bear. And in particular, the states where there is a significant delta between the cost of taking care of a Medicaid patient and the Medicaid reimbursement. That delta is less for a critical access hospital, as much of our payment is cost-based for recognized costs. But make no mistake, there still is a delta, but it is significant in non-critical access hospitals, and 30 to 40%, where I think I've heard some folks from Olympic talk about 60 to 70% of their costs of Medicaid patients are reimbursed by Medicaid. So the direct payment, or we've called it Washington State calls it SNAP, the Safety Net Assessment Program, not to be confused with the SNAP Food Assistance Program. That is a program where all of the hospitals in the state, using a calculation that attempts to determine, or based on their Medicaid reimbursement, they tax themselves an amount and then send that into the Healthcare Authority, which is the agency in Olympia that manages the Medicaid program here in Washington. So all hospitals, based on this calculation, tax themselves and send funds into Olympia, the Healthcare Authority. The Healthcare Authority bundles that up and sends it off to Washington, D.C. Based on the direct payment calculation, which again attempts to reduce the shortage between what hospitals are paid for Medicaid and what their cost of taking care of Medicaid patients, will send funds back to Olympia that are more than the total amount that we sent to DC. So I have heard from some senator or some congressmen and women criticizing this program because they think it is just kind of a state to federal government shell game. But what it is, it's a federal program that states across the country, including red ones, participate in to make sure that hospitals that take care of Medicaid patients continue to be financially viable. So we're in the second year of this program. Last year went as planned, but this year, when we were closing up I think it was the last quarter of 24 for the purpose of making application in first quarter 25. The hospital sent all that information into Olympia. Olympia completed their work, sent it off to DC, made the deadline in order for it to be processed by the previous administration, and secondly, in time for the first quarter checks to be issued timely. However, there's been a big backlog in processing those applications, and not just ours, all states. So while we were aware of that, the Healthcare Authority issued the tax statement to us in March. And so then there was the question of, do we recognize this tax statement, because it's not an insignificant amount of money, a couple $100,000. Do we send that in to Washington, to Olympia, to bundle and send to DC before we know this program is approved? And ultimately, our and many other hospitals' answer was no, we don't think we should do that. We probably shouldn't send in this tax until DC approves the SNAP program. So a month has gone by since that time. The DC program hasn't been approved. The Healthcare Authority understands, and they aren't making it difficult for us by not paying a bill, in essence, that they sent to us that now is in arrears. But while there has been some movement in DC, and I think 2 states' programs have been approved now, we are expecting the Healthcare Authority to resend out those invoices for the tax dollars, and Tyler and I will need to consult with counsel on whether we can indeed pay that invoice before the program in DC is approved by CMS. So we still are optimistic that for year 2025, while delayed, that all of our direct payment dollars will come in, and it's a significant amount for us. It's $2.5 million. But I was hoping to get better news this morning on a call with Wisha than the news we got, and that is, there's still some there's enough uncertainty that we probably shouldn't start the bundling of local hospital dollars with the Healthcare Authority until we hear more from DC. Promising communications from CMS, promising communications from the Healthcare Authority, but not enough, in our estimation, to warrant releasing those dollars. A further complication is the state, and I think, Case, we talked about this a little bit when we were at legislative advocacy days. This program is beneficial for the state too, because they rake off a percentage of the dollars that are allocated through this program, and some of it just goes to filling their budget gap, but some of the other dollars goes to filling our distressed hospital program. Every hospital that has 30 days or less cash on hand meets the definition of a distressed hospital, and there are a lot of those. So they make application for grant dollars, and in addition to that, there are dollars that the state rakes off to allocate toward improved skilled nursing assistant funding and other programs that are healthcare related. So an additional complication is, if we send in our dollars too soon, the state will take their share, allocate it for those purposes, and if the program isn't approved, we will very likely not get those dollars back. And they're not insignificant. They're it's like $226 million a year is what the state's amount to this program is. So probably deeper than you wanted to go with that. But at the end of the day, it's $2.5 million that we were counting on and are counting on for this year. Much larger number for neighboring hospitals. So our hope is that this program is indeed approved soon, and we are continuing to monitor closely, and Cassie and her team of wicked smart MBAs, CPAs, and JDs are pushing on this as well. Some interesting events in the last 3 or 4 weeks, we had an innovation strategic planning meeting last Friday, which kind of Rachel and Josh Brocklesby and Jake and Brandy sort of really pushing on the intersection of improving the way we take care of our community with cutting edge technology. We typically don't. We watch if something is bleeding edge. We become intrigued when it's cutting edge, but we are getting closer to cutting edge maybe than we were 5 to 10 years ago, because what we are learning is that can really give us a boost in efficiency and in patient safety and reliability. So it was a fun way to spend a morning just looking at what's out there and the programs that might be a good fit for us. We had another wonderful Leadership Development Institute yesterday where, I don't know, 55 or some odd leaders were out at the Ludlow Bay Club talking about our strategic plan goals, and we had several really cool presentations from leaders about the progress they are making with their strategic plans, as well as a great presentation from a Huron consultant to help leaders manage difficult discussions and other management challenges, and then some great content from our HR team in also giving our leaders tips and tricks. The goals of LDI is to focus on improving our operational, clinical, and financial performance. So we spent a lot of time reviewing our strategic plan. Secondly, it's to provide resources to help our managers manage their workload, as well as manage, the balance between what they do here at Jefferson and what they do away from Jefferson. And then lastly, just sort of create an environment that helps, we call it, improve teamwork and just how well we collegially work together. So it was a wonderful event. And then upcoming events, we have a medical director leadership summit. We've made a big investment in identifying medical directors in all of our key areas. And then assigning them dyad partners, administrative dyad partners, both at the SLG level, but also at the department director level, like in the clinics. Doctors have clinical management dyad partners. Elise is Molly Parker's dyad partner. So all across the house, we are investing in that way of managing, so that we have kind of an administrative and a clinical voice in dealing with everything that we are attempting to manage. So that is tomorrow. I think Case was asked to present at the Jefferson County Democrats meeting tomorrow about some of the implications of the Medicaid reductions. And he asked if someone from the hospital would be interested in doing that, and so I'm going to be on a panel speaking to some of the challenges that we expect, and probably encourage and asking them to help with our congressmen and women. The AHA annual membership meeting is May 4th and 6th, and in case I'm told by Elise that Dr. or Representative Randall was intrigued by a few of the things that we talked with her about at our on-site, and we were trying to set up a meeting either Monday or Tuesday to sit down with her staff to advance those issues. So as that comes together kind of in real time, I'll share with you. And then the Roadie Run, I guess the Roadie Parade is Saturday the 17th, and the Roadie Run is the 18th, and that was my bad. I gave those dates wrong to Shannon. But I know we got a big team running the Roadie Run, and there's another big team doing the Roadie Parade. So everyone's invited, and reach out to Gina H. or Shannon or someone at the shop for more information. So maybe before I ask for questions, Dr. Butterfield is on the line and ready and willing to give a CMO report. So great, Butterfield, take it away.
All right, well, thank you. This will be pretty brief. I always feel like it's good when my SLG colleagues have already touched on things I was going to touch on, because that means we are aligned. I know Brandy gave a great update on employee health changes. The only little piece I would add, I'm sure you all have heard about the measles troubles across the country, and a little bit locally. One of the things that we're doing in the primary care world is we're actually reaching out and trying to bring our patients in who we have records of not being up to date on the measles vaccine, because those are the people that are really at the highest risk. So trying to be a little bit preventative there. I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into the Medical Director Leadership Summit that Mike was just talking about, because I think this will be the start of our third year of this program. And really the idea when we started was, we oftentimes put medical directors in a position of leadership because we think they have good potential, but most physicians don't have much in the way of formal leadership training, and certainly healthcare leadership is, especially on the financial and operational side, is particularly complex. And so our goal, started 2 years ago, was really to put together a formal recurring package of education that would both give our physician leaders better tools to do their work, and also to make sure that we had better strategic alignment across our organization. And so this is basically, we have a spring meeting, which is more local, and then we've over the past couple of years, on the Friday before our symposium, have had the second meeting with our leadership team. And we have covered things such as polarity management. I know that Dr. Mattern used to be on given this presentation. I'm sure he's used the word polarity because it was one of his faves, but these are these kind of dilemmas in management that don't have a good solution, or they would have been solved a long time ago, and kind of how to work some tools to work through that. At our last meeting at the symposium, Molly Probst gave a great day for crucial conversations, how to have those tough conversations with our colleagues when needed. We always do like a healthcare landscape. Mike does a great state of the state, which kind of keeps all of our medical leaders up to date on what's going on both locally, regionally, and nationally. We've been doing a recurring financial piece that Tyler has been kind of just helping people understand more about budgeting and healthcare finance, especially at a rural hospital like ours, which is also particularly complex. And then we usually pick a focus topic for the afternoon, and this is our second time to focus on the dyad relationship that Mike was talking about, which is a best practice in medical leadership, and we think is really critical to making sure we have alignment across the organization, and that our medical directors and our administrative leaders are working well together. So I think we have almost 20 of our medical leaders, and it's medical directors as well as other medical leaders through the organization, so our med staff leaders as well. And I think it's going to be a great day. So just wanted to kind of let you know that's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes, but I think a lot of the successes that we've had across the organization in the past few years have been directly related to the increasing skill set and alignment of our medical directors. So that's all I had, but I'm open for questions if you have any. Case, what do you got?
Hi, Steve. Thanks for that report.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I noticed in Brandy's report that she used the term measles prophylaxis, and I'm wondering if she's referring to the use of a measles vaccine right after somebody is exposed, because apparently that does reduce either the severity or the likelihood, or is there something else that I've missed since I went through my training?
Brandy, I'm sorry, I missed your presentation. So what in what context were you talking?
So that is for employees who may have been exposed to a patient who's positive for measles, administering prophylaxis within the window after the patient is seen. And I believe, I believe that it is through an MMR vaccine. I also think that it can be immune globulin, but I will defer to Dr. Butterfield on that. I don't know that that's what we're actually using.
Case, let's connect offline. I think this
Okay.
would be an obscure thing that we wouldn't be doing regularly. Holly Pat is going to jump in. She's going to.
I know about. So MMR is indicated for some as soon as possible after exposure, and then also if you are high risk, immunocompromised, a new baby, or pregnant, then they do immunoglobulin infusions or an IV injection.
Great, thank you very much.
No problem.
Remember, the vast majority of our adult population is immune by either based on their age or previous vaccination. So it's really our young people that are the most at risk for these sorts of outbreaks. I think it's great from an employee health standpoint to have all of our bases covered, but the most at risk are young.
Anything else for Dr. Butterfield? Dr. Butterfield, thank you so much for your report. It's very valuable information.
It was a pleasure. And as always, feel free to reach out to me between now and the next time if you have any questions. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Mike, does that conclude your report, or do you have something more that you'd like to add?
That concludes my report. Thanks, Jill.
Thank you, Mike. Okay. Then we will move on to board reports, and I do have one update. We are moving our retreat, our planned retreat for next Monday, as not everyone will be there. Case, I think you're going to be out of the area, and we want everybody present. So we're looking at June 26th possibility, the day after Chelan when we get back, to have that. So I sent a message to all of you commissioners, so respond back please to Shannon on the date, and so I think that'll be much more productive if everybody's there as we've been in the past. So does anyone have any other information for your board report? Okay. Matt?
Yeah, I just have a question for Mike. Can he give us any sort of update on the proposal submitted to OMC? Any sort of update for the public?
No, I don't have anything to report, Matt. Thanks for asking.
I have another. Is there a timeline for when the public is going to have the proposal addressed?
Matt, I think your question was answered. There's no update.
Well, Matt, I think that's a question for Jefferson Healthcare, or excuse me, for Olympic Medical Center, and that timeline has been actually published in the Peninsula Daily News. So I would refer you there.
Okay. Anybody else? Case, do you have any report?
No, nothing that needs to be reported at this time. Thank you.
Okay. How about Mari or Bruce?
Nothing
to report from my end.
No, in the Healthcare Foundation meeting that was scheduled for Monday has been postponed because of the same type of things. People are gone, and we thought there was going to be a board retreat, so it's been put off until May. So.
Okay, thank you. Case?
Actually, that changed my mind. I would like to make a report. First of all, at the Board of Health, we gave out Public Health Hero Awards, and it was just really marvelous to be able to recognize more than a dozen entities in the community and individuals who were proposed for this award for the work that they do. And they ranged everywhere from some employees in public health to Linda Ferris and her husband, who've been who've been running the Gathering Place for all of these almost several decades now, and put out that wonderful calendar. And their latest calendar includes all the paintings that are done by the people who are at the Gathering Place, and it's truly remarkable. So I highly recommend that people find one of those calendars, purchase it, and support the Gathering Place. And then the Climate Action Committee has been very actively engaged with both the city and the county on the revisions of their comprehensive plans. As I might have mentioned before, the state now requires that in the comprehensive plan revisions or updates this year, that there be a special section dealing with climate. And so it's really, really great to get that kind of requirement from the state and to force us as a county and a city to really deal with the impacts that the climate crisis is having on this community. Everything from sea level rise to wildfire smoke to droughts to flooding. It's all just very important stuff that we just need to take into consideration as we go into the future.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for all that. Any other information? Okay, then we do have an agenda evaluation that we put off from last month, and so does anyone have any comments about how we're doing with the information that the regular reports that we are providing to the board? Yes, Case.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we've used the evaluation period very effectively in the past, and so I'm not sure that we need them if we're not using them correctly or appropriately. So I'd make a motion to say that we eliminate the regular evaluation unless the chair feels that we need to do an evaluation, and leave that up to the discretion of our chair and secretary who set the meeting.
Okay, and that is a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay, so anybody have any comments regarding that? Yes, Bruce.
So are we talking about the meeting evaluation for how it went, or how the agenda was put together, things on the agenda?
We have the agenda evaluation and we have the meeting evaluation.
Okay, so I'm not sure what the motion is for.
It may have been for the meeting evaluation, I think. Case, is that what you were?
Yes, typically what we do is we say, well, the chair did a wonderful job, and we got lots of good reports, and so it seems fairly perfunctory, in my opinion.
So yeah, if normally we just go through and everybody says, yeah, I liked it, everything, this case was saying. So,
but I do think it does give an opportunity for a board member to comment if there's something that was missing, or at least some part of the meeting that we could have had more information.
Okay.
But it's not a huge. But I tend to agree a bit with Case, because generally we do comment positively about the meeting.
Okay, Matt, your hand is up.
Okay, well, this is confusing because agenda evaluation and meeting evaluation are two different things. And now I'm not sure what Case is saying he wants to cancel. The agenda evaluation, I believe, is, a best practice that Karma helped come up with. It's a way to evaluate how well the agenda is being set. Meeting evaluation is different. That happens every meeting. But for both of them, I think they're both good, healthy practices, especially considering the incredible conflict that's been happening the last two meetings over the agenda setting of the meeting.
Okay, I think I believe that we clarified that this is the meeting evaluation that we're talking about.
Right, correct.
And so that we aren't talking about the agenda evaluation. So that is a different kettle of fish. And so we've got a motion on the floor and it's been seconded. Is there any further discussion on whether or not to continue the meeting evaluation? Okay, all in favor of foregoing the meeting evaluation and leaving it up to the chair to, if the chair feels that there is a reason for it specifically, or and can ask for an evaluation, say aye.
Aye.
All those oppose?
Nay.
Those abstain? Okay, we have two abstentions. So the chair gets to, pardon me. So the chair votes yes to forego the meeting evaluation unless someone asks for it, unless someone specifically wants it.
Okay, so that clarifies, because before it was left up to the board, to the chair, whether we had a meeting evaluation. But if I thought that we should evaluate the meeting how it went, I can raise that question.
That would be a friendly amendment. Is that okay with you, Mr. Main Motion?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So does that change the vote then?
Then I'll vote for it.
With that amendment.
And I'll vote for it too.
Okay.
Does the request need to be seconded if a board member wants an evaluation?
Yeah, I'll second it.
No, I need to know if Bruce can just ask for an evaluation, or if someone else has to second it for it to happen.
I think no, because it would be left up to the chair, and that wouldn't require a second, so we could just, anybody who asks for an evaluation could automatically prompt an evaluation. Going. Are you, Matt, are you still opposed?
Yeah, I'm still opposed.
Okay, so we have 4 yeas and 1 no, so it does pass. So we will forego the meeting evaluation unless somebody brings it up. Okay, thank you. And so now we're back to the agenda evaluation, which is which we did not discuss last time. That this is our like quarterly evaluation of how the agenda has been going. So does anyone have any ideas or questions or comments about that? We don't have to act on anything. We don't have to make any decisions. It's just an evaluation. If there's no comments, we will move on.
I guess I have a comment. I just have been frustrated the last that I've been unable to put something on the agenda. I mean, I really feel like the public needs to know what is going on. I have no idea what's happening with this proposal. With the
Matt, you're out of order.
Why am I out of order?
Well, because you're making comments that are not. You're not. If you want to make a motion to amend an evaluation, you can do that to. When we discuss the agenda evaluation, we're talking about how the proposals have gone. You have asked to amend the agenda at the beginning of a meeting, and it has not brought a second. So therefore, your motions have died for lack of a second. That's why you have not been able to add something to the agenda. The board did not want to hear what you did not want to discuss what you wanted to discuss. So
can I make my comment about agenda evaluation?
All right. As long as it's respectful.
I'm being respectful. There's information that a lot of people really want to know the answer to, including myself, and you guys are refusing to put it on the agenda or tell people, and I feel like that's just like irresponsible. People,
okay.
And you're not, and all of you are.
This is not respectable. You're not being respectful when you feel that when you're accusing us of being irresponsible. This is a point of order. You have made your comments, and unless you have something different to say, we will move on.
Yeah, we need to figure out how to handle agenda topics that people don't want to talk about. Because right now, it's just unprofessional the way this is being handled.
Case, you have a comment?
Yes, I do. I think we are managing the agenda appropriately. If 1 out of 5 people has a different opinion than the other 4, then that person needs to respectfully go along with the other 4. And to try to convince us in the agenda evaluation that we should have adopted one of your motions earlier during this meeting, this isn't a time to talk about one of your motions or something that you want. This is an opportunity to talk about whether or not we are following the correct procedure in making the agenda. And it's quite clear to me that 4 of us have a very different opinion than what you have as to what is appropriate to put on the agenda. And we have our reasons for it that we believe are appropriate. And hopefully sometime in the future, we will be able to explain a little more publicly why we have that opinion. But currently, we're not. And that's unfortunate that that's just the way it is. but you can't change that by mandating that 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 your fellow commissioners have to follow what your preference or your interpretation of something is. So
Okay.
that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Matt?
How can Commissioner Kolf know that all four of you agree to not talk about the subject that I want to talk about? How could you possibly know that unless you have talked about it and you've heard each other somehow offline and you know you all agree this? I haven't heard what you guys think about this stuff.
A point of clarification, Hope.
Can I respond to his?
Yes.
The way I know, Matt, is because when you make a motion and none of us second it, it's pretty obvious that nobody feels that that is appropriate. So it does not require any of us to have any kind of secret conversations. None of us are violating the Open Public Meetings Act. We just have a different interpretation of what is appropriate given the use of executive session and all of that. And so that's pretty obvious. So I resent the accusation that we're talking behind your back or outside of the public purview on this topic.
And if I may say, I agree with what Commissioner Kolf has just said. That's casting aspersions on my trustworthiness and how I conduct myself, and I take exception to that. Thank you.
And at this point, I am closing the agenda evaluation discussion, and we will move on to executive session. And we will meet in executive session. The board will now meet in executive session to review the performance of a public employee as allowed by RCW 423110, subcategory G. The board will be in executive session until 5 p.m.
Are we going straight in?
Yes. The board may take...
Sorry, go ahead, keep going.
The board may take further action in following the executive session. So board members, please log out of this platform and onto the executive session platform. We will be back in regular session at 5 p.m.
And is the link to our executive session in our
Yes.
in our emails?
Yes. It's in the calendar.
Thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, going into executive session, I'm gonna mute.
Join the revolution of peace and harmony. My puppy-o stands tall, secrets he guards. JFK files apart, locking up our stars. Trophy obeyed, kept the silence whole. The truth delayed, aliens in control. My puppy-o wants the truth, hidden in your phone so tight. My puppy-o, who are you? Shine some light into the night. In a world of lies, whispers fill the air. Look up to the skies, do the answers linger there? We seek the unknown, mysteries unfold. Like a secret soul, worth more than gold. My puppy-o wants the truth, hidden in your phone so tight. My puppy-o, who are you? Shine some light into the night. In a world of lies, whispers fill the air. Look up to the skies, to the answers linger there. We seek the unknown, mysteries unfold. Like a secret zone, worth more than gold. My puppy-o wants the truth, hidden in your thoughts so tight. My puppy-o, who are you? Shine some light into the night. Oh, my puppy-o wants the truth, hidden in your thoughts so tight. My puppy-o, who are you? Shine some light into the night. In a world of lies, whispers fill the air. Look up to the skies, do the answers linger there? We seek the unknown, mysteries unfold. Like your secret shown, worth more than gold. My puppy-o wants the truth, hidden in your vault so tight. My puppy-o, who are you? Shine some light into the night. Oh, puppy-o, long!
Father hidden deep below, in the shadows none can go. Pompeo whispers secrets told. What's the truth we need to know? Trouble base keeps them sealed, stories buried, never healed. Aliens the sky so far, tell us, Mike, who you really are. My Pompeo, what's the truth? Buried secrets from our youth. Who the fuck are you to claim? Answers lost in endless game. Behind those walls, mysteries hide. In the darkness, stories bide. Invisible threads they hold. Truth and lies and tales are told. Trouble base keeps them sealed,
Playfield tells us lies. What he hides beneath the skies. JFK's files locked and sealed. In the dark, truth's never revealed. Like the man with ring of gold. Truth of aliens left untold. Trouble fate, but what's the cost? In the shadows we stay lost. Like the man with a ring of gold. Truth of aliens left untold. Trouble babe, but what's the cost? In the shadows we stay lost. My Pompeo, what's the truth? Show us proof and give us proof. Who the fuck are you, my friend? What's the secret in the end? In the night we wonder why. Hidden secrets make us cry. Aliens out there far from home. Mike keeps quiet, we're alone. My Pompeo, what's the truth? Show us proof and give us proof. Who the fuck are you, my friend? What's the secret in the end? Silent whispers in the dark. Where's the story? What's the mark? In the shadows, answers fade. Truth of aliens delayed. My Pompeo, what's the truth? Show us proof and give us proof. Who the fuck are you, my friend? What's the secret in the end? My Pompeo, what's the truth? Show us proof and give us proof. Who the fuck are you, my friend? What's the secret in the end? Silent whispers in the dark. Where's the story? What's the mark? In the shadows, answers fade. Truth of aliens delayed. My Pompeo, what's the truth? Show us proof and give us proof. Who the fuck are you, my friend? What's the secret in the end? Like Pompeo tells us lies. What he hides beneath the skies. JFK's files locked and sealed. In the dark, truth's never revealed. Like the man with the ring of gold. Truth of aliens left untold. Trump obeyed, but what's the cost? In the shadows, we stay lost. Like Pompeo, what's the truth? Show us proof and give us proof. Who the fuck are you, my friend? What's the secret in the end? In the night we wonder why. Hidden secrets make us cry. Aliens out there far from home. Mike keeps quiet, we're alone. Like Pompeo, what's the truth? Show us proof and give us proof. Who the fuck are you, my friend? What's the secret in the end? wonder why hidden secrets make us cry. Aliens out there far from home. Light keeps quiet, we're alone. In the night we wonder why hidden secrets make us cry. Aliens out there far from home. What's the secret in the end? What's the secret in the end? What's the secret in the end?
Mike Pompeo stands tall, secrets he guards. JFK files the ball, locking up all scars. Trump he obeyed, kept the silence whole. Truth delayed, aliens in control. Mike Pompeo, what's the truth? Hidden in your vault so tight. Mike Pompeo, who are you? Shine some light into the night. In a world of lies, whispers fill the air. Look up to the skies, till the answers linger there. We seek the unknown, mysteries unfold. Mike, your secrets show, worth more than gold. Mike Pompeo, what's the truth? Hidden in your vault so tight. Mike Pompeo, who are you? Shine some light into the night, into the night. Into the night. In a world of lies, whispers fill the air. Look up to the skies, till the answers linger there. We seek the unknown, mysteries unfold. Like your secrets show, worth more than gold. Mike Pompeo, what's the truth? Hidden in your vault so tight. Mike Pompeo, who are you? Shine some light into the night.
Fowler and Eisenbeis, please tell me.
What the frack were you doing in 1871? Were you both Freemasons? Sitting in the Fowler building, Masonic temple, while the village burned? Or did you build it with their timbers? You didn't burn all the timbers. Did you steal the timbers for your Masonic hall? For your newspaper? You didn't burn all the timbers. You didn't burn all the timbers. You built up this town instead. You built with the timbers. Give the land back. is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie to deceive. To lie to deceive. A line of fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie, to deceive. A line of fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive. Line of fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive. A line of fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive. A line of fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive, lie to deceive. To lie, to deceive, lie to deceive. To lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive. To lie, to deceive. A minor fraud is fraud that the criminal justice system won't prosecute. It's the loophole most used to lie, to deceive.
Stevens and Fowler were fast friends. Stevens named him the region's Indian agent. Fowler loaned Stevens money for a mortgage. Stevens moved back east, serving in Congress, but in 1862 was killed at the front of his Union troops resisting Stonewall Jackson in the Civil War Battle of Chantilly, Virginia. By that time, Fowler had given up the seagoing life and settled into Port Townsend. He built a home at Jefferson and Polk, still there. He acquired hundreds of acres of land, including what is now Fort Worth. It appears he started the first bakery, employing a young Charles Eisenbees, who would become the town's lead capitalist a decade later. He donated land for the Laurel Grove Cemetery and donated land for a school, now the Port Townsend Community Center. He built the town's first deep water pier at the foot of Water Street, although it was soon eaten by torpedoes. He helped start 2 newspapers, one almost 30 years before the leader was born. In 1889, he built and owned stores and constructed many wooden commercial and residential buildings. The legislature chose him to be the territory's brigadier general, and he was the county's first treasurer. A stonemason named Carkeek. In 1874, Fowler decided to build a commodious fireproof store and brought English master stonemason Morgan J. Carkeek in for the job. Carkeek had come north from San Francisco. Carkeek quarried sandstone from an Indian island quarry in the southeastern quadrant of the island and hauled it across Port Townsend Bay by barge. The sandstone blocks were 2 feet thick and laid together with lime-based mortar. Huge floor and ceiling joists were milled from clear grain fir. As a finishing touch, Carkeek put Fowler's name and the year at the top of the building. At first it was a dry goods store, Fowler using his fleet to import supplies from San Francisco. It became the town's first performance hall for dances, upstairs, and theater downstairs. It was the Masonic Temple. It was purchased by Jefferson County and used as the county courthouse from 1880 to 1892. Fowler and Eisenbase, please tell me, what the frack were you doing? In 1871, were you both Freemasons? Sitting in the Fowler building, Masonic Temple, while the village burned? Or did you build it with their timbers? You didn't burn all the timbers. Did you steal the timbers for your Masonic hall, for your newspaper? Fowler in 1871. Were you both Freemasons, sitting in the Fowler building, Masonic Temple, while the village burned? Or did you build it with their timbers? You didn't burn all the timbers. Did you steal the timbers for your Masonic hall, for your newspaper? Fowler in 1871. Were you both Freemasons, sitting in the Fowler building, Masonic Temple, while the village burned? Or did you build it with their timbers? You didn't burn all the timbers. Did you steal the timbers for your Masonic hall, for your newspaper?
Sep 24, 1900, downtown fire destroyed. Multiple blocks from Jefferson to Quincy, destroyed buildings included 2- and 3-story frame structures erected during the late 1880s and early 90s, and the house of ill fame in which the fire started. Great cinders were carried blocks away to start fires. Near the Quincy Street wharf, these were extinguished by the tug Tatouche moored at the dock, who attached a hose to her pumps and sent several strong streams of salt water on the burning buildings and imperiled structures nearby. The fire was ostensibly caused by one of the city's soiled doves during a moment of carelessness inspired by intoxication. Mona Hervey was found unconscious at the scene, but recovered and fled before medical treatment arrived. An article states she was merely drunk and partially suffocated. Michael DeLeo's saloon was burned, but the contents saved by the ready assistance of the patrons. Buildings west, the DeLeo's on Washington Street
were Chinese stores and lodging houses. Grounded electrical wires blacked out the city, and it remained in darkness until 2 a.m. Harvey was found unconscious at the scene, but recovered and fled before medical treatment arrived. An article states she was merely drunk and partially suffocated. Michael Delio's saloon was burnt, but the contents saved by the ready assistance of the patrons' buildings. West of Delio's on Washington Street were Chinese stores and lodging houses. Grounded electrical wires blacked out the city, and it remained in darkness until 2 a.m.
They steal the gold, flash your eyes and stories sold. Whispers in the dark we know, secrets buried never told. Counted numbers never match, greedy hands just snatch and snatch. Jokers laughing all the way, truth gets lost in lies of gray. Unpersecuted fraud they play, broken rules that's their way. Promises they shred and tear, but nobody seems to care. Kings are played, kings and queens on fake parade. Pieces move as dollars fall, who will catch them all? Justice blindfolded with a smile, crooked roads run for miles. Voices cry but fall unheard, drowning them with hollow words. Unpersecuted fraud they play, broken rules, that's their way. Promises they shred and tear, but nobody seems to care. Persecuted fraud they play, broken rules that's their way. Promises they shred and tear, but nobody seems to care.
In the silence of the night, under stars that whisper old, secrets fly on wings of light. stories never told. From the days of Majestic to a name that's pure and bright, Immaculate Constellation shines in the cloak of night. Oh, they changed the name, but the mystery remains. From majestic skies to immaculate domains, a code passed through the ages, in shadows it does dwell. Immaculate Constellation, the secrets we can't tell. Once they called it majestic, 12 in their sacred ring. Now they speak of immaculate, where the unseen things take wing. Whispers in the corridors of power and of might, guardians of the unknown, keepers of the night. They've shifted shapes and titles, but the mission's still the same. Guardians of the enigma, from the stars they came. A dance with the cosmos under a different veil. Immaculate Constellation, where truth and legend sail. From Roswell to the present, the saga does unfold. A tale of cosmic wonder, more precious than gold. Through whispers and denials, through secrecy and fright, they watch us from the darkness, hidden in plain sight. The names may change, the stories bend, but the essence stays intact. A quest for understanding of an extraterrestrial fact. Immaculate in its mystery, constellation in its spread. The legacy of majestic, alive though the name's been shed. In the echoes of the past, in the codes we've yet to break, there lies a cosmic puzzle for the daring to partake. From 12 to now the stars align, in silence they communicate. Immaculate Constellation, the modern gift. So sing of the transition, from the old guard to the new, of majestic silent watch to a constellation's view. In the dance of secrecy, where the truth might still be found. Immaculate Constellation, in the night sky it is bound. Did the shadows grow too close to those who dared speak out? Forrestal saw the truth in doubt. Did they snuff him out? Bill Cooper with his warnings, shot down in the night. Were their voices too loud for the keepers of the light? And Marilyn, with secrets more than glamour, did she know the star extinguished early? Was it just for show? JFK, a president with visions to disclose. RFK, his brother, did they fall to silent foes? In the tapestry of whispers where
with a focus shot and a spirit bold, she dives into mysteries untold. Remote viewing, yeah, she's got the knack, bringing the universe into her mental map. Remote viewers with no need for a map, unveiling mysteries, no strings attached. At first I could close the gap between what's now and what's been hatched. With blind protocols and sessions so neat, they sketch out places where our eyes can't meet. Aliens, time, or a hidden base, they'll view it all in a mental space. They've seen the pyramids, how they came to be, glimpsed into histories across the sea. With minds so sharp and spirits so free, they're rewriting what we think we see. Remote viewers in the special zone, making me invisible, visibly shown. At Frostlight Institute, they're in the zone. Courtney's crew with minds like a cyclone. So here's to Frostlight and and the psychic's free, exploring the universe for you and me. With Courtney Brown leading the charge, they're viewing the cosmos at large. They speak to aliens. They speak to aliens. Do they know Elizabeth? No, why not? This is Matt Reddy, calling all humans. Open your minds, join together, free humanity from the overlords. Let us join the Galactic Federation now. They speak to aliens. They speak to aliens. Do they know Elizabeth? Why not? This is Matt Reddy, calling all humans. Open your minds, join together, free humanity from the overlords. Let us join the Galactic Federation now. With a focus sharp and a spirit bold, she dives into mysteries untold. Remote viewing, yeah, she's got the knack, bringing the universe into her mental map. Remote viewers with no need for a map, unveiling mysteries, no strings attached. At far sight, they close the gap between what's now and what's been hatched. With like protocols and sessions so neat, we sketch out places where our eyes can't meet. Aliens, time, or a hidden base, they'll view it all in a mental space. They've seen the pyramids, how they came to be, glimpsed into histories across the sea. With minds so sharp, spirits so free, they're rewriting what we think we see. Remote viewers in their special zone, making the invisible visibly shown. At Farsight Institute, they're in the zone. Courtney's crew with minds like a cyclone. So here's to Farsight and their psychics free, exploring the universe for you and me. With Courtney Brown leading the charge, they're viewing the cosmos at large. They speak to aliens. They speak to aliens. Do they know Elizabeth? No, why not? This is Matt Reddy, calling all humans. Open your minds, join together, free humanity from the overlords. Let us join the Galactic Federation now. They speak to aliens. Do they know Elizabeth? No, why not? This is Matt Reddy, calling all humans. Open your minds, join together, free humanity. In the year 2047, Earth reached out to the cosmic heaven. Tall Sadie's children, wise and old, came to us with secrets told. Technology beyond our dreams, resources flowing like streams. Scientific knowledge shared with grace, a new era for the human race. Cosmic contracts binding ties between the earth and starry skies. Hidden truths and shadow deals, what wonders will these pacts reveal? Island's eastern shore, a project shrouded in folklore. Time's fabric bent and torn, new realities were born. Alien minds joined human thought, future visions dearly bought. The government's secret hand, reaching through time-shifting sand. Cosmic contracts binding ties between the earth and starry skies. Hidden truths and shadow deals, what wonders will these pacts reveal? Long Island's eastern shore, a project shrouded in folklore. Time's fabric bent and torn, new realities were born. Alien minds joined human thought, future visions dearly bought. The government's secret hand, reaching through time-shifting sand. Cosmic contracts binding ties between the earth and starry skies. Hidden truths and shadow deals, what wonders will these pacts reveal? Long Island's eastern shore, a project shrouded in folklore. Time's fabric bent and torn, new realities were born. Alien minds joined human thought, new realities were born. Alien minds joined human thought, future visions dearly pacts reveal. Mesa chambers deep where human and alien secrets keep. Joint research projects underway, testing boundaries night and day. Human subjects a price so high for knowledge from beyond the sky. In Boltz's halls the truth is stark, of bargains made in the dark. cosmic contracts binding ties between the earth and starry skies. Hidden truths and shadow deals, what wonders will these pacts reveal? Gold brave souls from Earth did fly to a planet 6 stars in the sky. 13 years in alien land, cultural exchange hand in hand. From 65 to 78 they roamed until security concerns brought them home. What wonders did these travelers see? What secrets of eternity? Are these tales just cosmic lore, or truth we've chosen to ignore? In classified files and hidden bases lie the answers to these alien traces. Each agreement a step so bold towards a future yet untold. But at what cost do we reach for the stars? And who really controls these cosmic memoirs?
Whew! Wasn't that fun? Yeah, I guess you don't know what was fun.
Hi, Shannon. We're back.
I'm back.
Thank you. In 2 minutes, we'll announce that we're back in session.
I'm back. Thank you.
Waiting for the other commissioners. How many commissioners do we have?
I see Bruce and Matt on right now.
Okay.
Oh, and Case just got here too.
Okay, and what about Maury?
Let me give her a call and see what we got going on.
Okay.
We're almost back, almost back.
Okay, it's 5:45, and go ahead and start the recording so you know.
Mari's not on right now. Do you still want me to start the recording or pause until she gets on?
Well, I need to make sure that if this is audited, that the auditor knows that we're back right on time.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start the recording.
Okay. Okay, welcome back to the meeting of April 23rd, 2025, the regular session. We're back in regular session and waiting for Mari to come back on. We have 4 of 5 commissioners here. It's 5:45.
I see Mari now, Jill.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. We're back in regular session. And is there a motion to conclude this meeting?
So move.
I'll second.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
No.
No discussion?
I have a quick question, Jill.
Yes.
Was any action taken out of executive session so I can note it in the minute?
No action was taken.
Okay.
All right. There's been a motion to conclude and no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Oppose? Is there any opposition? Any abstention? Meeting is concluded. Thank you, everybody.
Safe travels, Case.
Yeah.
See ya.
Thanks.
Whew. Okay, so finished. And thank you, anyone listening. We had a very interesting executive session. Don't really have any more comments at the moment. I'm just going to go and digest everything that happened. But if there's anyone out there that actually listened to this, thank you for your interest and attention. And yeah, I hope you left some comments. Usually no one sends any comments. No one leaves comments. There was one comment, but I don't think that looks like anyone real from Jefferson County. Anyways, or Clallam County. Hope everyone's well, and we're going to conclude it there. Thank you.